себе быть сильно сильной. Рано вставать, куда-то бежать опять. Говорить это твой выбор и совсем не обидно. Одной засыпать и шкаф собирать. Ты говоришь, что можешь все сама. Тебе никто не нужен, но в глазах понятна глубина отчаяния. Куча сомнений и с ними пустота. Это горе от ума. Просыпаться в никуда и не для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам. Залипать в инстаграм и чатах телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Ну зачем тебе лузер, ведь ты такая вау. Ты когда-нибудь найдешь себе достойного. Не сейчас, а потом, сказала твоя мама. И пошла кормить кота. Твой принц тебя ждет, и у него тоже кот. Но того, кто был дорог тебе теперь параллельно, он слишком не твой и не совсем тот. А может, разберись уже в себе. На свете все такие разные. Хватит искать того, кто ценит блюз. Ведь если ты минус, то тебе нужен плюс. Это горе от ума. Просыпаться в никуда и не для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам. Залипать в инстаграм и чатах телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Ну зачем тебе лузер, ведь ты такая вау. Ты когда-нибудь найдешь себе достойного. Не сейчас, а потом, сказала твоя мама. И пошла кормить кота. Совсем не вау. Сидишь в платье в шкаф, что собрала сама. Ты 3 твоих высших образования. Это горе от ума. Без него у тебя не получается. Да возьми и позвони, скажи, что не права. Это 2020 сводил тебя с ума. Это горе от ума. Просыпаться в никуда и не для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам. Залипать в инстаграм и чатах телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Ты меня на любовь нагребай, давай. Ты давно уже нашла себе достойного. Собирай чемодан, билет Рига, Москва. Маме оставляй кота.
Твои мысли полны. Легко послушаš, kako mi bije srce, kako težko je tvoje breme. K meni se lahko zatečeš. Vprašaj, kaj me vodi dalje. So dosežki in razdalje. Kot list gre z vetrom in se mu upira. Jaz grem s tokom in se mu upiram. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sanji sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sanji sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Ko solze v tvojih sočih, pusti jih, da tečejo. Ko najne želje so različne, sprejmeš me in sprejmem te. Poglej me, je nujno, da ima vse pomen. Večnost in ta planet ni места приятеля, і несем кот сніжинка, кичака на помлад. Видно се на види світ, саме стані себе світ, не говори мені прости. Видно се на види світ, саме стані себе світ, не говори мені прости. Ніти треба се доказувати. Вижу у нас істо сльози, істий страх. Ніти треба се доказувати. Вижу у нас істо сльози, істий страх. Видно се на види світ, саме стані себе світ, не говори мені прости. Видно се на види світ, саме стані себе світ, не говори мені прости. Видно се на види світ, саме стані себе світ, не говори мені прости. Видно се на види світ, саме стані себе світ, не говори мені прости.
Нравится тебе быть сильно-сильной, рано вставать, куда-то бежать опять. Говорить это твой выбор и совсем не обидно. Одной засыпать и шкаф собирать. Ты говоришь, что можешь все сама, тебе никто не нужен, но в глазах понятна глубина отчаяния. Куча сомнений и с ними пустота. Это горе от ума, просыпаться в никуда и ни для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам, залипать в Инстаграм и чатах Телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Ну зачем тебе лузер, ведь ты такая вау. Ты когда-нибудь найдешь себе достойного. Не сейчас, так потом, сказала твоя мама и пошла кормить кота. Где-то в твоей маленькой вселенной твой принц тебя ждет, и у него тоже кот. Но того, кто был дорог тебе, теперь параллельно. Он слишком не твой и не совсем тот. А может, разберись уже в себе. На свете все такие разные. Хватит искать того, кто ценит блюз. Ведь если ты минус, то тебе нужен плюс. Это горе от ума, просыпаться в никуда и ни для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам, залипать в Инстаграм и чатах Телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Ну зачем тебе лузер, ведь ты такая вау. Ты когда-нибудь найдешь себе достойного. Не сейчас, так потом, сказала твоя мама и пошла кормить кота. Он совсем не дурак, а ты совсем не вау. Сидишь в платье в шкаф, что собрала сама. Ты и 3 твоих высших образования. Это горе от ума. Без него у тебя не получается. Да возьми и позвони, скажи, что не права. Это 2020 сводил тебя с ума. Это горе от ума, просыпаться в никуда и ни для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам, залипать в Инстаграм и чатах Телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Ты меня на любовь нагребай, давай. Ты давно уже нашла себе достойного. Собирай чемодан, билет Рига, Москва. Маме оставь
Легко послушаш какво ми бие сърце, колко тежко е твое бреме. К мене се легко затечеш. Опрашай кой ме води дале, сада всички ин раздале. Kot iskre z vetrom in se mu upira, jaz grem s tokom in se mu upiram. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sanje sebe zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sanje sebe zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Ko solze v tvojih sočih, pusti jih da tečejo. Ko najne želje so različne, sprejmeš me in sprejmem te. Poglej me, je nujno, da ima vse pomen. Večnost in ta planet nista prijatelja, in jaz sem kot snežinka, ki čaka na pomlad. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo stani sebi zvest. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo stani sebi zvest. Ne govori mi oprosti. Niti treba se dokazovati. Vežejo nas iste solze, isti strah. Niti treba se dokazovati. Vežejo nas iste solze, isti strah. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sanje sebe zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sanje sebe zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo stani sebi zvest. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo stani sebi zvest. Ne govori mi oprosti.
Нравится тебе быть сильно сильной, рано вставать, куда-то бежать опять. Говорить это твой выбор и совсем не обидно. Одной засыпать и шкаф собирать. Ты говоришь, что можешь все сама, тебе никто не нужен, но в глазах понятна глубина отчаяния. Куча сомнений и с ними пустота. Это горе от ума, просыпаться в никуда и не для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам, залипать в Инстаграм и чатах Телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Ну зачем тебе лузер, ведь ты такая вау. Ты когда-нибудь найдешь прокормить кота. Он совсем не дурак, а ты совсем не вау. Сидишь в платье в шкаф, что собрала сама. Ты и 3 твоих высших образования. Это горе от ума, горе от ума. Без него у тебя не получается. Да возьми и позвони, скажи, что не права. Это 2020 сводил тебя с ума. Это горе от ума. Просыпаться в никуда, не для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам. Залипать в Инстаграм и чатах Телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Для меня на любовь так и давай. Ты давно уже нашла себе достойного. Собирай чемодан, билет Рига, Москва. Маме оставляй кота.
Твои мысли полны. Легко послушаš, kako mi bije srce, ko težko je tvoje breme. K meni se lahko zatečeš. Vprašaj, kaj me vodi dalje. So dosežki in razdalje. Kot list gre z vetrom in se mu upira. Jaz grem s tokom in se mu upiram. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sani sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sani sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Ko solze v tvojih očih, pusti jih, da tečejo. Ko najne želje so različne, sprejmeš me in sprejmem te. Poglej me, je nujno, da ima vse pomen. Večnost in ta planet nista prijatelja. In jaz sem kot snežinka, ki čaka na pomlad. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo stani sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo stani sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Niti treba se dokazovati. Vežejo nas iste solze, isti strah. Niti treba se dokazovati. Vežejo nas iste solze, isti strah. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sani sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sani sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo stani sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo stani sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti.
Нравится тебе быть сильно сильной. Рано вставать, куда-то бежать опять. Говорить это твой выбор и совсем не обидно. Одной засыпать и шкаф собирать. Ты говоришь, что можешь все сама. Тебе никто не нужен, но в глазах понятна глубина отчаяния. Куча сомнений и с ними пустота. Это горе от ума. Просыпаться в никуда и не для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам. Залипать в Инстаграм и чатах Телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Ну зачем тебе, лузер, ведь ты такая вау. Ты когда-нибудь найдешь себе достойного. Не сейчас, а потом, сказала твоя мать. И пошла кормить кота. Твой принц тебя ждет, и у него тоже кот. Но того, кто был дорог тебе теперь параллельно, он слишком не твой и не совсем тот. А может, разберись уже в себе. На свете все такие разные. Хватит искать того, кто ценит блюз. Ведь если ты нимф, то тебе нужен плюс. Это горе от ума. Просыпаться в никуда и не для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам. Залипать в Инстаграм и чатах Телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Ну зачем тебе, лузер, ведь ты такая вау. Ты когда-нибудь найдешь себе достойного. Не сейчас, а потом, сказала твоя мать. И пошла кормить кота. Он совсем не дурак, а ты совсем не вау. Сидишь в платье у шкаф, что собрала сама. Ты и 3 твоих высших образования. Это горе от ума. Без него у тебя не получается. Да возьми и позвони, скажи, что не права. Это 2020 сводил тебя с ума. Это горе от ума. Просыпаться в никуда и не для кого. Убиваться по ночам и по вечерам. Залипать в Инстаграм и чатах Телеграм. Это горе от ума, в голове туман. Ты меня на любовь на грибое давай. Ты давно уже нашла себе достойного. Собирай чемодан, билет Рига, Москва. Маме оставляй кота.
Коса твои мысли полны. Легко послушаš, kako mi bije srce, ko težko je tvoje breme. K meni se lahko zatečeš. Vprašaj, kaj me vodi dalje. So dosežki in razdalje. Kot list gre z vetrom in se mu upira. Jaz grem s tokom in se mu upiram. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sani sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Vedno se ne vidi zvezd, samo sani sebi zvezd. Ne govori mi oprosti. Ko solze v tvojih sočih, pusti jih, da tečejo. Ko najne želje so različne, sprejmeš me in sprejmem te. Poglej me, je nujno, da ima vse pomen. Večnost in ta planet nista prijatelja in
Surprise! Oh, you thought I was doing that intro tonight, now didn't you? Damn. Fuck. What, today was a beautiful day, guys. Sunny. Hot out. I was in the sun. I'm gonna get my tan back, don't worry. Wait, why would you worry about that? Okay, guys. Shit. What a day. What a fucking day, you know? As you guys know, we're trying to make a transition to Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is free. You know, we're going to make the transition to Twitch. We're still going to be streaming on YouTube maybe for another week or 2 weeks. I don't know. I don't know the exact timeline. But eventually we're going to fully transition our streams to Twitch and have videos on YouTube. Okay? And I know Twitch is way more strict. They're banning people left and right for nothing. But we'll have YouTube as backup, you know? We're multipolarity and multi-platform. Okay, so don't worry. Look at how with such ease we switch between platforms, you know? It's super easy, you know? So don't worry about it, guys. This is the age, the internet 2.0 is the age of multi-platformity. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to be on multiple platforms and stuff. I got a lot of content lined up in store today. A lot of news. And guys, the gang's coming on today. They're available. So we have some people who can come on today. We're going to check the Reddit first. Then we're going to get right into the news. And after the news, I want to talk to you guys about some of my thoughts on the current prospects of a third party in the USA. I know, American politics. I get it, okay? I get it. Don't worry. I'll make it fun. We're going to look at Movement for a People's Party. We're going to check out some things going on around that. We're going to check out CPUSA. And we're going to do it together. We're not going to do it from the perspective of, you know, I'm not going to arrogantly be like, I know, you know, what it's like to organize a party and I'm going to look down on them and critique them. We're just going to do it together, you know, as laymen. People who aren't experienced in, you know, building parties and political whatever. I mean, Ezra's experienced a little bit, way more than me. But we're just going to look at it together and we're going to just talk about it. And we're going to see what we can, you know, we're going to bounce some ideas around and just, I want to get a feel of the situation, you know, because we just need that feel of the situation for third parties in America. So we're going to do that together, okay? Now, without further ado, let's check the Reddit. And I didn't check this before stream, so don't worry. Damn. I'm looking at it right now. And wow, I'm impressed. So we have a 676 bucking members. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. That's a lot. That's a fucking lot. Wow. What are all these bananas? Banana, moons, and shrimps. Oh, it's the opposite of Gorillas and Sons. But I don't have a problem with the moon. Me and the moon are not on bad terms. Dude, the moon is not the opposite. Dude, the moon, I'm fine with the moon, dude. I don't got no beef with the moon. So I don't know what you think what kind of statement you think you're making. But, you know, I don't got beef with the moon. You understand? I don't got beef with the moon. Okay, let's continue. Castro and Gorilla. Based. Soul. Isn't that a band? Oh, it's the Roman cult. Sol Invictus. I mean, this is a based picture, but I'm not so sure about this. This is like too much. We're not about Sol Invictus here, guys. We're not about sun worship. You got to make it more subtle, you know, like just make it more subtle. It's just like, what I mean by that is that don't directly worship the sun. Just appreciate the sun shining on your face. You don't worship it. It's haram. No, I'm kidding. Whatever. We're not sun worshippers, guys. We don't worship the sun. But we are one with the sun, you know? You gotta be Neoplatonic mysticism, subtlety, not, Soul Invictus cringe. And the band sucks too. Zen's Alert, but I hate all bands, actually. Zen's Alert, I write that this is that fucking scumbag. This is true. This is 100% fucking true. This is 100 fucking percent true. 100% true. Yeah, raccoons are way more... Actually, I don't hate raccoons, but I have one arch nemesis raccoon. I don't know if I declared war on the species itself yet, but I do have an arch nemesis raccoon. The American century is over. This is that guy who's kind of hit or miss. Sometimes he posts cringe, like his Lysenko thing, but other times he's not so bad. So let's see what he's got.
We'll also discuss our deep concerns with actions by China, including in Xinjiang, Hong Kong, Taiwan, cyber attacks on the United States, economic coercion toward our allies. Each of these actions threaten the rules-based order that maintains global stability.
倒打一把是不行的。
Well, you can't blame this problem on somebody else.
I have to tell you, what I'm hearing is very different from what you described. I'm hearing deep satisfaction that the United States is back, that we're re-engaged with our allies and partners. I'm also hearing deep concern about some of the actions your government is taking.
我们把你们想得太好了，我们认为你们会遵守基本的外交礼节。
Well, I think we thought too well of the United States. We thought that the U.S. side will follow the necessary
Oh shit.
diplomatic protocols.
所以我们刚才必须阐明我们的立场。
So for China, it was necessary that we make our position clear.
我现在讲一句，你们没有资格在中国的面前说你们从实力的地位出发同中国谈话。
So let me say here that in front of the Chinese side, the United States does not have the qualification to say that it wants to speak to China from a position of strength.
Dude, the whip sound effect. Yeah, it's as simple as that. Okay, that was a good video. Base video. Vosh goes full mask off, saying that from the writings of Engels, Lenin, and Mao, he learned socialism is best under bourgeois democracy, where there's a veneer. Where did you learn that, dude? It's plainly not true. The only successful revolutions happened in fucking Oriental despotic countries, and in all the democratic countries, nothing happened. The fuck are you talking about? What a dumb fucking thing to say.
This is something that I learned
Like, this betrays basic common sense.
when I looked into the writings of people like Engels.
Okay, what he's talking about is stagism. But that's Menshevism, and it was the Bolsheviks distinguished themselves from it. And Marx and Engels rejected stagism too, as it is proven by fucking Marx's writings on the fucking Russian peasant commune. That they didn't need to go through bourgeois modernity. They could just pass right to communism. That was Marx's view. So, and Marx had also interesting things to say about other non-Western peoples, especially later during his life. So this is just not true, okay? It's just not true. Did they think that, generally, would it be accurate to say that Marxists tended to think that bourgeois democracy provided more favorable conditions to the propagation of socialism? Yes. Okay, yes. But there's very practical reasons for that. There's a few reasons for it. One of the reasons was that the revolution entailed by bourgeois democracy was just this big shock to the ancient regime. They considered, first of all, that communists and Marxists, whatever, they have to they can't be reactionaries and just say we can go back to the past. They have to acknowledge there's something significant about that and irreversible about it. The second thing is that there's very practical reasons. Like, for example, in Germany, under the authoritarian state that the Social Democrats, the original ones, were operating under, restrictions against socialism and free speech and whatever made it hard to disseminate socialistic propaganda and grow as a party. But the irony is that the German Social Democratic Party, even under those conditions, would grow to be the largest in all of Europe and even all the whole fucking world, as compared to England, where you did have that kind of free speech, and as compared to America, where you had free speech or whatever. So abstractly, they thought it was true, but concrete experience proved it was way more. It's way more complicated than that. And also, the question of whether this entails an actual literal stagism was settled in the disputes of Russian social democracy between the Bolsheviks and everyone else, and specifically Lenin as an individual versus everyone else. So this is just not true. It's just not true. And what he's saying about corporate democracy, well, corporate democracy, that only makes sense for the latter half of the 20th century. When you're actually, they were precisely not talking about corporate democracy. Orthodox Marxist-Leninist view would be that bourgeois democracy, at least 19th century English liberal bourgeois democracy and American liberal democracy, is dead and gone, and that imperialism has transformed the state apparatus into something different entirely. Actually, Marx himself pretty much hinted at that. Lenin was polemicizing about this and explicitly referenced this. Lenin was polemicizing and arguing back and forth with some idiot, and the idiot was like, well, Marx said that there could be a peaceful transition to socialism under democratic conditions. And then Lenin said, well, that was before the age of imperialism as disclosed by the Napoleon III's regime in France. And that at that time, Marx said the state machinery cannot be readily inherited, but must be smashed. Thought Slime and the rest of the serfs interpreted that quote from Marx to mean that Marx was saying that the state in general has to be abolished. It's not what he was saying. He was saying the bourgeois state as it exists cannot just be readily inherited. It has to be smashed into pieces. He didn't say nothing's going to be built in its stead. He said this one needs to be smashed into pieces. The one Vosh is talking about specifically. So, I mean, there's direct textual evidence that is the exact contrary of what Vosh is trying to argue here. And yet people still look to this idiot as though he knows anything about Marxism. And he knows nothing. He doesn't know a fucking thing about Marxism. He knows as much as I knew sophomore year of high school. No, he doesn't even know that. In sophomore year of high school, I was in depth reading like the left comms, Bordija and those fucking people, and even Kamate, and that's how you pronounce his name. And I was even reading Guy Debord, and I didn't get as far as the Frankfurt School guys, but like I was reading those French assholes, and I was reading that in depth, at that time in my fucking sophomore year of high school before I turned 16 years old. And that's like almost a decade ago. And I knew way more than Vosh does right now.
And Lenin and Mao.
Yes.
You see, socialists are, at least as I understand it, most comfortable.
At least as you understand it. Okay, at least you're admitting it's as far as you understand. But I think somebody needs to tell this guy that the extent of his understanding is so abysmally limited.
Making our argument
compared to like a guy in sophomore year of high school
in a democratic or a bourgeois democratic system. That is to say, in a system where we have sort of this veneer of corporate democracy where people...
No, but they weren't talking about what you're saying is a veneer of corporate democracy. In their time, over 100 years ago, they were talking about a completely different environment. They weren't talking about the veneer of a corporate democracy. They were talking about states which were more or less liberal democracies, at least in name. Not this kind of centralized post-Ruby Ridge, post-Wacko, fucking Leviathan that we're dealing with now, which is the federal government, the U.S. They weren't talking about that. The bourgeois state back then was nowhere near as in control as it is now. It was nowhere near as powerful. It was nowhere near as powerful. They didn't have the fucking CIA back then. They didn't even have a real FBI. They didn't have those kinds of they didn't have a real established deep state. They had secret, conspiracy, whatever, but they didn't have like this fucking machine that we have now. You're really wrong about this, Vosh.
People expect things like rights and representation. You can make arguments like,
now, in the 21st century, bourgeois democracy is thematic. It's thematic, which means it's like a fucking costume. It's not just a veneer, it's actually like a theme. We are no different than a communist party ruled state, one party state. It's just that instead of communism as our theme, we have democracy as our ideological theme. But that's all it is an ideological theme. Formally, you can be like Bernie and run against the establishment, but they're gonna fucking use dirty tricks against you, and what? That's democracy. It's like that's how it works. It's a fucking theme. It's a theme park democracy.
hey, couldn't we?
There's nothing real about American democracy. Nothing. Trust me, there's nothing real about it, guys. In other countries, they're like, well, at least you can have free speech. You can have free speech here to the extent that it's literally harmless and makes no difference. When you start making differences, the state comes hard and clamps down on you, This is so delusional. I don't fucking know what kind of fucking idiot this is. There's a difference between bourgeois democracy in the 19th century and today. Today, it's dead. Liberal bourgeois democracy doesn't exist anymore. It was inherited, it did evolve in a new way, but it evolved it was inherited by socialism itself. It's not something that's just like, well, how do we compare back then to now, and who's the equivalent of the bourgeois democracy now? There is no equivalent. The situation is just fundamentally different. By the way, that meme of democracy first, then communism, that's the whole reason Vosh has retarded politics, or at least that's the theoretical justification, as far as he's concerned. Why is this called Haas City? What, I'm a Twitch streamer and a YouTuber. I'm not gonna found a city. Guys, come on. It's not that, I'm not that, There's not going to be cities named after me. That was 11/13/2020. Okay. If Haas was a superhero, fool killer. We do have so many of these skulls now, don't we? We have yeah. Let me see. This is neat. Dude. This is wrong. The top half is correct. No, wait, train is fine. The only people this applies to is this, and this. The neat. Come on, man. Come on. This is in bad taste, too. This is also in bad taste. Twitch is banning people left and right, and it's so fucking ridiculous. It's so fucking ridiculous, man. Twitch is like such a tough platform to be on. You're always fucking walking on eggshells here, You're always fucking walking on eggshells on this platform. It's like people on Twitch are more nervous than a fucking Soviet bureaucrat during the height of the fucking Great Purges would be. It's like you can never just relax on this platform. It's like at any moment, bam, you're done. You're out. At any fucking moment. It's ridiculous, dude. And what I find, this is something I find really fucked up about this, the way it's done, is that a lot of people's livelihoods depend on this. And I'm not saying this from like a moralistic, because I get it, it's like not everybody, I'm not saying I'm not trying to go on like some dignified rant, but I'm just saying it speaks to the kind of we live in an age where everyone's pretending to be so woke and so sensitive about everything, but they just so easily ruin people's lives and just take it all away for nothing. And it's like you could have just left it alone and no harm would be done, but there's just some people who just they gotta strike, they gotta fucking, I don't know, maybe it makes them feel good to do that, but it's like It's like if you just left it alone, for a lot of people to get banned, just leave them alone, and there's literally no problem. But people like to create problems from thin air. You know? People love creating problems from thin air. Yeah, and they're very unforgiving when you're small. And it's like, wait, I thought cultural Marxists rule Twitch. Well, if they were cultural Marxists, why the fuck are they just going after all the small people, you know? Yeah. I can't tell if this is an insult. Please don't leave YouTube. We're not going to leave YouTube. It's just that eventually... This is why I want to start... This is why we have to stop streaming on YouTube eventually. Because if I click affiliate on Twitch, that's the only way I can access Twitch subscriptions. And Twitch subscriptions is a way for you guys to support me without paying a dime, depending on whether you have Amazon Prime or not. And YouTube doesn't have an equivalent of anything like that. You know? What is this? Why does Haas encourage his viewers to read Nick Land? Besides a few decent criticisms of liberal democracy, what do Marxists have to gain from reading the work of a race? Dude, come on. Don't be one of these people. Don't be one of these fucking cancel... Like, okay, just not to be offensive, but like, I'm curious if this guy is white or not. Because it sounds like something like someone who's a white liberal would say. Dude, don't you realize Land thinks I'm subhuman? Dude, you just said racist, chauvinistic, eugenicist. Okay, literally every fucking thinker that Marx dealt with and was reading and was inspired by was that. Every single fucking one. And you want me to tell you something? They're all still like that, but they hide it. You think fucking just because someone's smiling and pretending to be woke and progressive that they're not this? Dude, they're even more chauvinistic. From what I know about Nick Land, on a personal level, he's a really nice, good guy, and he's never racist or anything personally toward anyone. But a lot of people who claim they're not racist, like Vaught, and they're not chauvinistic, they're the biggest racist and biggest chauvinistic type of people. Dude, you gotta grow thick skin. And what did Lenin say? Lenin said you have to read all the treasures of mankind. And no, you can't selectively choose what is and isn't a form of brilliance just because they're politically incorrect. And yes, all of this, what you're saying is that he's politically incorrect. It's not enough to label someone a racist to say they have nothing interesting to say. Because Land is not only a racist or a chauvinist. There's a reason he's those things, and he's other things too. I don't understand it though. I just don't get it. Like, don't you realize everyone's like that? And they're just fake about it? It's like, I encourage you to read Nick Land because the guy is fucking brilliant. And I challenge you to think critically about what he has to say, because I doubt you have an intelligent response. If you can just so easily dismiss him as a racist, like, what is your intelligent response to the problems Nick Land raises? Do you have one? Land gets you thinking about things you otherwise wouldn't be thinking about. You know? This is the problem. It is very dogmatic. I'm still on the Reddit. I just need a PSA. If you're only going to read people because they agree with you politically, you're not going to fucking read anyone interesting. Do you read Nassim Nicholas Taleb? You read him? He's not one of us politically. You're only going to read people who agree with you politically? Do you know how many fucking people Marx read? Do you know who inspired Lenin's work, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capital? It wasn't a Marxist. It was some random British guy who wasn't politically progressive. And Lenin based it all on him. That's who inspired him. Marx drew from everyone. He read everyone. He didn't say this person's right because they agree with me politically. Marx always said that there's hidden brilliance and hidden genius. And yes, people don't know how to put the pieces together, so they end up being reactionary politically. But Marx saw the deeper truth in people. He didn't dismiss them or write them off because they were just wrong politically. He saw the deeper truth and deeper brilliance in them. And that's what Marxists are supposed to do. Not just read people just because they call themselves Marxists. That's how you cultivate laziness and mediocrity. And let me tell you another controversial take. Nick Land is smarter than 99.99999% of all people who call themselves Marxists today. Whenever I fucking read Marxists, I read the most dumb, stupid, platitude-ridden, boring, dumb bullshit. It's fucking oh, capitalism affects our lives, but shut the fuck up, okay? I'm sick of reading Marxists in 2021. They all suck. Please name me Marxists who have smart things to say, and you'll find like 2 people. Dude, Marxism is mediocrity. That's all it fucking means. All you have to do is recite the formula and plug in the formula variables. It's the fucking stupid arithmetic that anyone can do. Well, this is how I'm going to analyze Shrek. Shrek is, he is a capitalist exploiting dong. It's like it's like Mad Libs. You just fill in the fucking blanks and shoehorn in the most fucking mediocre, vulgar types of analysis. And let me tell you another thing. Marxists always fuck up intelligent analysis. Someone like Jimmy Dore will spontaneously and instinctually have a fucking good analysis. But then some fucking Marxist actually guy will come and fucking bury and extinguish his brilliance by shoehorning in this simplistic, dogmatic bullshit that ignores the subtlety of fucking human reality. I think people need to fucking remember that Marx was a humanist. So he believed in being a well-rounded, well-cultivated human individual, not a fucking NPC, Marxist NPC who shoehorns in fucking superficial, dumb analysis. Yeah, even Jordan Peterson has smart things to say sometimes. Sometimes. Very rarely, but sometimes he does have smart things to say, I think. Okay? You have to read fucking everybody. Don't fucking come here and be like, well, everyone's going to be problematic politically. The goal of Marxists is to be well-rounded, be correct politically, but also be brilliant as a human being. If you're just correct politically, but you don't have human brilliance, you're a fucking parasite. Because you're just fucking using others' work and repping it without actually doing the actual work necessary to justify it. Dude, Marx spent all day in the British Library literally reading everyone. And in Marx's time, there were no Marxists. And in Lenin's time, all the fucking Marxists were sellouts and fakes and phonies. And Lenin exposed all of them when World War I happened. That's why Lenin looked at people who weren't Marxists and read from them and appreciated their brilliance. That's why Lenin wrote Imperialism. He read non-Marxists. Remember when I said leftists are always the ones who fuck shit up? Marxists are always the ones who stop our Marxism from being the best. Marxists are the ones who fuck up Marxism. No ground, you legit sound dumb. What are you fucking saying? What does that mean? What does that fucking even mean? Dude, read everybody. You have to be solid politically, but read everyone, dude. Don't just ignore people because they don't agree with you politically, because they have intelligent things to say. And me, if you listen to me at all, you're listening to some of Nick Land, because that guy profoundly influenced my thinking. Profoundly influenced and reshaped my thinking. Profoundly. There would be no infrared, there would be no Haas without people like Nick Land. Okay? If you're by listening to me, you're listening to a piece of him. And you're listening to a piece of Dugin. You're listening to a piece of a lot of other problematic people too. Lenin's speech on anti-Semitism. How long is it? This is good. We don't have time. Found Sage's old video. I don't know what this fucking means. Who's the coolest? Okay, Full Metal posting. Nope, I'm down. I'm not gonna downvote it. Vosh independently arrives at socialism with Chinese characteristics.
In your mind, is market socialism temporary or permanent? Oh, temporary. Look.
Have you read any other Neo reaction? Yeah, I have. I've read Moldbug too. Moldbug is way dumber than Nick Land, but he still has interesting things to say.
So the component of market socialism that's important to me, I should have talked.
Marxist humanism? No. Yeah. Nah, we're not talking about Euro-communist. We're not talking about humanitarianism. Humanism means something different. It goes to the Renaissance, you know? We're not talking about like lib bullshit. I'm not talking about that.
Talked about this with Keem. The importance of market okay, here, hold on. Let's do this, okay? Okay, get ready, people, for a fucking paint stream, okay? Okay, behold, dipshits. I'm skeptical we'll ever escape market. Okay, I'm gonna draw the world, okay?
I saw this shit. Yeah, he basically is like, you have to trade with people.
Goes socialist. Start producing everything for the people, by the people. Sources in your country and in of the world. The goal, though, the real goal, is to make capitalist countries dependent on market socialist countries. Can you imagine, by the way, what would happen if America went to war with China and we didn't get any more Chinese goods in this country? This country would fucking collapse.
Vosh, you just said... Whatever. Oh yeah, it's because in China, not every company is run by a democratically elected pencil factory. So that's why China doesn't actually... This is a wrong title, guys. You're misrepresenting Vosh. According to Vosh, the reason China's not socialist is because the politics of 19th century liberal sovereignty are not transposed to every small workplace. Therefore, there's no workers' ownership of the means of production. Because the only way you can exercise ownership is through liberal sovereignty from 16th century writings. Here we go, Pete Davidson. I put class struggle first. Already better than Dorr. Dorr doesn't read endnotes and has no idea that capital is the true puppeteer, and he is merely the puppet on capital strings. That's these fucking idiots in my chat. Guys, want to bet where Pete Dandelion's from? Want to bet where he's from? What website he's from? Jimmy Dore doesn't read communization theory, and he's an idiot because populism makes me feel uncomfortable. And I would rather talk with my fellow grad students about the true class struggle. Shut the fuck up. Populism. They always say I love how they reduce like the objective fact of popular realities and national realities. They reduce this to the phrase populism. Oh yeah, populism is just like an idea that's floating around there, and sometimes people grab this idea, and that's what animates masses to support. It's like the idea. It's just, they're such fucking idiot idealists. Like, the idea is just out there, and they just grab the idea from the aether, and that's idpol. Idpol. They just do the same thing with the word idpol. They just grab some idpol. Yeah, Huey Newton, he was just grabbing some idpol, and he was high off idpol. Yeah, idpol, the idea. Shut up. Shut up with this idealist bullshit. Vosh guarding eggs. If you know, you know. Dude, okay, guys. So I rated Vosh last night, and I saw this. Someone sent me this at like 4 a.m. when I was high as fuck, because I took 2 of these. It's legal, it's for sleep, but made me high as fuck, schizo level high. And I was watching Willy's Wonderland, and I love that movie. 9 out of 10 movie, Willy's Wonderland. I love it. With Nicolas Cage, loved it. The Five Nights at Freddy's movie, I loved it. Anyway, someone sent me this, and I literally just thought of Wash as like this big detached head, like he's the final boss. And I was like, what the fuck? He's talking about me. Because look at the stream. You don't see Wash's head, but his voice just comes on. So I just thought of Wash as like a detached big head who's like in the void just speaking bullshit at me. Like, you will never catch me. I will keep getting away. Like he's like a fucking video game villain or something. But I'm gonna watch it sober for the first time, and I'll listen to it sober because I didn't listen to it sober. So let me see what he said. He was talking shit about us though.
Nice, just call people stupid. Goddamn right. Infrared's not a troll, they're legit. Yeah, that's like insane to me. I actually watched some of Infrared's content on my own recently, just like out of curiosity. Like
shut up, Vosh. Oh, you watching it out of curiosity, dude? Vosh, you literally subscribe to us probably, and you're fucking watching us every day. You're probably watching us now. You fat lying fuck. At least he admits it though. Thought Slime's like, oh, I've never heard of Infrared.
Maybe his appearance with me was just like aberrant. Every
time Vosh like wants to exaggerate his point, he's like, I unironically cannot shut up, fucking posturing bitch.
Genuinely I can't actually tell if it's a bit.
Vosh, I'm gonna call your bluff. I want you to actually see if you can make me look stupid. Like, please test me, Vosh. Test how knowledgeable I am compared to you. Please, Vosh, let's test it. Vosh, you're so way over. You're way out of your head. You're way over your head, dude. Like he's got no idea.
He's like lost. But that's what I mean. To be a tanky, all you really need to do is be.
He's saying I'm lost because it makes no sense to him. He's like, wait. Oh yeah, he must just be lost. I'm the lost one, but Vosh said that Lenin would vote for Biden, but I'm lost. Yeah, it's bluffing, dude. It's pure bluffing.
Very stupid, and accuse
them tankies are stupid.
Everyone who disagrees with you of being racist,
and they accuse you of being racist. Vosh, I called you racist because you called me a fascist, so two can play at this game, bitch.
That's pretty much the spirit right there, isn't it? They're basically like
Dude, you called me a fascist, and you're like, oh, tanky support fascists. Like, you're the one who started throwing, mean names like that. Like, dude, you're the fucking racist, I can play these games too.
They're basically like slightly edgier.
Like, your whole shtick was the fascism card. You can use the fascism card, but I can't use the race card. Dude, literally gargle on my balls.
Like liberal idpol types, like K-Hive, you know what I mean?
Dude, and he thinks that anti-racism is liberal idpol, like it's the same thing.
They like scream,
dude,
a lot. They'll call you racist if you don't like their stands, their daddies.
Vosh, the whole racism thing, dude, you literally do the same but with fascism and Nazbol. What are you talking about?
That's basically the long and short.
That's what you do, you fat fuck. If you didn't call us all fascists and Nazbols, and you didn't use that as your fucking holy writ of, the specter of fascism is there, oh my god. Maybe we could just have a conversation without mentioning all that ugly business. Now, couldn't we?
Sort of it. Little centrist Democrat types. See, they're doing it right there. The person in chat, Guantin. See.
He literally came on because he saw I raided him. The tortoise charge. Infrared still cannot stop the tortoise charge at night. It has only made the charge visible. Debate. Shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up. In light of tonight's stream, average well-reasoned argue, average angry fucking retard enjoyer. I'm not even sure if I should like this or not. How am I a fucking angry retard? Who is LMRs? Aren't you the same person? Yeah, you are the same person. Okay, LMRs, let me tell you something. Why don't you just go watch Luna Oi? Because there's no fascism and there's no Nick Land, there's no Dugan, and there's no, you know, toxic. Go watch your safe space streamers, dude. Just go do that. Go watch your safe space streamers. You know, because we're not a safe space for you. And we're not going to make you feel comfy and cozy here. So I'm going to actually downvote this. Why don't you go watch your comfy, cozy streamers and leave me alone. Yeah, and I will not denounce Juice Gang. I'm not going to do it. Sorry. I'm not denouncing Juice Gang, by the way. Just not happening. You know, so... Yeah. And I know you guys trying to cause drama and be like, oh, Infrared's denouncing Luna. And it's not going on, okay? I'm never the one who causes division. It's never me. It's never me. But you know what? If you are so intent on like making that distinction, go watch them. Just go watch them. Okay? Go watch them. Go watch them then. You know, I don't need you personally. I don't need you. I don't need you in the stream. You can go watch them, you know? Wesley, input-output analysis model.
It was a Russia.
Imagine if I made the stream, everyone watch this on stream. Okay, new. Fellow N-word enjoyer. True. Gorilla Grad. It wouldn't look like this, and it would not be called Gorilla Grad. Anything else? Let's see. Reach the masses, such a nebulous concept. I have more organizational power by being... No, you don't, you fucking idiot. You have more power of feeling like you are. It's the feeling, personal, individual feeling. Than Dor does with his populism. What a fucking delusional fucking idiot. That's the most stupid fucking thing I've ever heard. He said, I have more organizational power by being close with my neighbors than Dor does with his populism. Dude, this is the epitome of fucking Western individualist retardation. Because he feels the effect of something when he's going to fuck his neighbors or something, have an orgy with his neighbors. He feels it personally, and he's reducing the actual objective reality to his subjective experience of feeling close to his neighbors. This is the most stupid fucking thing I've ever read. This fucking idiot doesn't realize that the Justice Democrats were created by Kyle Kulinski and Senk whatever, and Movement for a People's Party, I bet you my balls that a big thrust of that whole thing is created by Jimmy Dore. At least a big thrust of it. Jimmy's nearly a million subs. He has way more power. Dude, people from Infrared literally went and joined the CPUSA from Infrared. And there's a ton. Maybe at least a fucking dozen. You think you can convince your neighbors to join the CPUSA as fucking effectively as I convinced? I didn't even ask them to, by the way. It wasn't even like our program. Just because of the meme, CPUSA 2036, people in this fucking chat, our audience, went and joined CPUSA. I didn't even tell them to. Imagine if I was like making my platform, hey guys, we need to take over the C. Like imagine if that was my fucking shtick. I would convince way more fucking people than you would be able to. You only have two neighbors, idiot. One on the left side and one on the right side. Okay, maybe you can go knock on doors or something. And see how far it'll get you, you fucking idiot. What is up with fucking morons in the West who think there's something more authentic about doing it yourself? Why? You need a workout? Is that it? You just need an exercise? I can relate. I exercise every fucking day. But I don't pretend that's the same as revolutionary praxis. I understand the whole point of working out is so my muscles get bigger or something. Why don't you just go run a mile, you fucking idiot? You just love pain. You love Protestant pain. You're a Protestant pain enjoyer. And your theology doesn't apply to me. I'm Muslim. Leave me alone. I don't share your enjoyment of pain and suffering as the epitome of the absolute experience. Like, you just love, oh yeah, guys, I knocked on doors. And I ran across the block today, and I just been putting sweat in it, and there's got a lot of sweat in it, and I just, dude, just go on the treadmill then. Leave me alone. Fucking idiot. Biggest dumbass in my chat so far is Pete Idiot Tardation. Pete Dandleton is a fucking idiot. Okay, let's continue. I think this is it, and we're gonna... Okay, hold on. Let me tell them. Go in show chat. Okay. Hello? Alright. Hey, what's up, Ezra?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Let me hold on, do we talk?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, I got you guys. The stream got you. Hold on, let me
I don't know how long I can stay though, so.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to pop this out. Oh, we need to do the video thing to do that. Hold on. Just fuck. To capture it. To capture it, we have to do video. But I just want to capture like your avatar,
Okay. I mean, it's fine.
Just turn video on, but don't turn your webcam on it, or cover your webcam, and then turn the video off.
Okay.
That way I can pop it out. Okay, yeah, wait. Let me pop it out. Okay, I popped it out, and now you can turn it off. All right, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna pop it out. And then I'm going to get rid of me because... How do I do this? Show non... Oh, wait, fuck. I can't get rid of myself. Shit. That's the way, actually, hold on.
Well, it's fine. We don't have anything.
New source. Discord. And then... this one right here. Okay. I almost captured the wrong thing from Discord. Fuck. Alright.
Leave it to my imagination.
Perfect.
Are we live?
Yeah, perfect. I got it. Oh, Evan's here. Shit.
Hello, guys. Hello. Whoa.
No, shit.
Did you just leave?
He's probably reconnecting. We're gonna go straight into the news. Alright. Let's pull up our on-stream links. Alright, what's the first thing I wanted to cover? Alright, let's check this. I want to check this article out. The intersectional imperialism thing. Alright, guys. I didn't actually read this, so I want to check it out with you guys on stream. I'm not going to slowly read it, so don't worry. It's not going to be boring. But, this is going to be... This is going to be fun. Put this here.
Check.
What up? What up, Evan? How you doing?
Hey, what's good? What's good? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, Evan.
Hey, what's up, Ezra? Dude. What's good?
Dude, we got a lot of fucking idiots in the chat.
I know, man. I'm seeing them. Hey, everybody. What's up, everybody? You got to forgive me. I'm eating. when I'm done, I'll get on video and all that shit. But hope everybody's well.
For sure, for sure. So I wanted to check this out, this article, Intersectional Imperialism, because the title itself, I already get what's going on, and it sounds interesting. So let's read it. The empire claps back. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Star Wars shit.
Immediately, a horrible image just came in my head. Horrible image. The empire claps back. With Trump-style nationalism out of the door, a new era of imperial ideology is upon us. This mutation of the empire's dominant dogma is manifesting throughout global institutions of economic, political, and social control and is materializing in a myriad of conflict theaters. Dude, so fucking true. So fucking true. And Vosh is saying that this is actually America's spreading democracy, so... Because it's LGBT rights, you know.
You can't criticize him. You're a fascist if you criticize him for that.
Yeah. Yeah. But this is so true. And any international people here want to confirm this? Like, you're seeing the permeation of all this woke bullshit through American-funded and led institutions around the whole fucking world and completely alien from the soil in which it is taking root. In order to identify where woke imperialism exists, we have to define it first. Uh-oh. I'm just kidding. So what is it? It's certainly not the first iteration of hegemonic domination buttressed by moralism. The doctrine of responsibility to protect was officialized by the United Nations in 2005, but its roots really trace back to the NATO bombing campaign of Yugoslavia. During the Obama years, the term humanitarian intervention caught on as a main moniker for such actions. Woke imperialism should be understood as the maturation of these concepts. As corporations have increasingly embraced rainbow capitalism to keep up with the sensibilities of an increasingly liberal U.S. public, so too have institutions of United States imperialism refined their pitches to reflect the increasing popularity of identity politics. This phenomena has not gone unnoticed. As with everything on the internet, it has become the subject of memes with an image of... Okay, we know this meme. This is it, guys. Here it is. This is the Biden era. They say the next one will be sent by a woman. Really makes you feel like you're a part of history.
Maybe very soon, given how Biden has been acting physically, but...
Oh. Yeah. Unless they put his head in a jar or something. What both of the above memes can't express, given their limited format, is the variety of methods of exerting imperial control, as it takes many forms beyond bombing. And not all of this can be chalked up to the presidential transition. We knew that the State Department and three-letter agencies were hardly on board with President Trump's approach to foreign policy, nor his cultural proclivities. This is the Dylan Burns foreign policy era. So while a lot of trends, the noble anti-triggering organization, NATO. Look at this NATO ad. Let's watch this ad.
At NATO,
diversity
is our strength. Nous parlons de multitude.
Wait, they're all white.
Yes, there's a bunch of white people. Damn. Diversity.
They didn't even try. Come on, guys.
De langue.
Not a single one. Usually they'll throw like one dark-skinned dude in there. Just the one. They gotta tokenize somebody, but not even here. Maybe it's more honest this way.
Wait. Don't you know she's just like Elizabeth Warren. She actually is 1/32 Native American blood. 1 out of 32, that fraction. She's got about 0.5% Native American blood, and
the one drop rule prevails.
Exactly. Yeah, this is Native American representation in NATO.
Nous possédons des talents différents.
And she's descended from the Yamnaya invaders from Asia that brought that the Indo-European invasion of Europe, she's descendant of one of those people. So that's something.
Our own unique personalities.
Different skills.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And she didn't even get screen time. You see that? They literally just flashed that black lady. Didn't give her any screen time. They might have cut her off.
She probably doesn't even speak English.
Jesus.
They just found her randomly.
Like,
they're probably like
you over there.
They probably got troops in her country. They just found her.
Yeah, exactly. Come with us.
Yeah, come with us for a photo shoot really quick. This is an example of the people we invade.
We come from all over the world, from every walk of life. No two of us
Are the same.
This is the awkwardness of Europeans trying really hard to appear American.
Oh boy.
We work.
And they're even
together.
worse than Americans as doing it. And Americans are not good at appearing quote unquote Americans in the first place.
They're really not.
Yeah.
Guys, by the way, this is NATO, the North Atlantic. I'm retarded. What was it? North Atlantic.
Non-trigger. What is it? Something with triggered.
The North Atlantic Triggering Organization. And it was formed. Yeah, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And it was formed after World War II. And this is
treat.
And this is what it's become now. It's like it's a cruise ship, you know?
Yeah, yes. Cruise ship. The first thing that it made me think of was like an airline. Like, you know how when you sit on an airplane and they tell you how to like be safe on the thing?
What if they just
This
started?
sounds like.
What if they just started showing like Operation Gladio stuff and like they just show neo-Nazis? They show like some Ukrainian guy with a swastika.
It's all in the background.
Yeah.
It's all in the background.
No, they know the Ukrainian guy with the swastika. He's right in front of the camera, and he's smiling. Guys, we're really diverse. Look, we've got the neo-Nazi, we've got the Masonic Italian fascist. We got
Embrace differences. Embrace our differences.
Embrace our differences.
Because we all have one thing in common.
We are NATO.
Bro, this is the Democratic Party. I see no difference between the Democratic
Look at this guy
Party
with the
and
man
NATO.
bun. Hey guys, it's Skinny Vosh. It's Skinny Vosh.
When he starts taking...
I don't even see the person on my screen at this moment. I know who you're referring to.
Why does he look like this? They all look like they have. Why do they have man buns? Is that like supposed to be like a way to escape whiteness? Like if I have a man bun, it just looks...
No. I think it's in solidarity with women.
This guy's. That's the most fake smile I've ever seen.
Oh shit! You see this? Whoa! Is
it gonna turn into the Facebook symbol? The F, Facebook. Oh wait, what? Imagine it turns into a swastika.
What kind of shit is this? Oh.
We are NATO. Imagine being
damn.
such a cuck that you hashtag we are NATO. You actually tweet that. Imagine being that much of a fucking cuck. What is this, Kamala 1984?
You know, my mother had many sayings, but one of them was...
She is so unlikable. She's so unlikable. I just hate Kamala. Forget about her politics. She's an unlikable person.
Yeah, agreed. Snake.
Yeah.
I actually can't think of anyone more unlikable on a national level.
It's really a stretch. I think you really have to suppress a lot of shit. I think a lot of people lie to themselves.
Yeah, a lot of people delusional.
To do many things.
Yeah.
Make sure you're not the last. That's about legacy. That's about creating a pathway. That's
Kamala picks and chooses when she's black all the time.
Yes.
She's always picking and choosing when she identifies with being black.
Recently, she's more Asian now.
Yeah, I thought
given the controversy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
of
Asian
course,
now.
of course.
Yeah.
Bro, it's perfect. It's perfect. This is multi-ethnicity. You can just touch everything. I've experienced everything. I'm also Asian. I'm also a XYZ, whatever. I know your pain.
Kamala has the infinity gauntlet of identity.
Yes, exactly. True, dude.
Like,
She just whip it any out.
During when there was discrimination against during Trump's travel ban, she appeared in the hijab. I know your pain, guys.
I feel your pain.
I'm also Muslim.
Jeez.
Bro, that's got to be something. That's got to be something.
We do have some groundbreaking news to start us off.
Dude, Dylan Burns and SDL, Socialism Done Left, they're soy-facing at this news. Ready?
In his very first remarks as Secretary of State, Secretary Blinken...
Just imagine them soy-facing while watching this.
...laid out his vision for strengthening the State Department, both in the near term and in the years to come. In those remarks, he acknowledged that we cannot do our job of advancing America's interests, values, our commitment to democracy, without a State Department that is truly representative of the American people.
Socialism Done Left watches this and he's like, this is literally, think of Socialism Done Left's face, this is literally him when he watches this.
Say, my guy.
That's literally how he watches it.
Like,
Dylan Burns, no, this is Dylan Burns' face. Ready? He goes, first he has a serious, inquisitive face. Here's the half smile.
It's like everything's going according to plan.
Yeah, he's very like they did not disappoint. He's very proud. Like he's very
linking improved diversity and inclusion to the broader success of U.S. foreign policy. Today,
This is not definition. This is an NPC. This is literally a robot.
Dude, this guy went to, after he delivered this speech, he prepared his papers. He prepared his papers, and he goes, he was walking away, and then he goes, I did a good thing today.
Dang, that's sad. Yo, that's depressing.
Secretary Blinken announced the creation of a new Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer position, which will report directly to him. The CDIO, as it's known, will align and advance D&I policies across the department, bring transparency to these initiatives, and hold senior leadership accountable on progress. Additionally, each of our bureaus will also designate an existing Deputy Assistant Secretary to support that bureau's own efforts and to serve on a newly created...
This is a fucking bureaucratic nightmare. What did he just say? He said, we're going to appoint someone and then appoint another person and then appoint someone who's going to appoint that person who's going to oversee that person. And you just get bogged down in the weeds. And it's like, okay, fine, I promise. I won't say the slur, okay? I won't say the... I won't be transphobic. Just leave me alone. There's so much, like, you get bogged down in so many weeds, and it's like, okay, I'm sorry, okay, you don't have to. It
just exhausts you.
Diversity and inclusion.
It's the worst kind of torture. It's the worst kind of torture.
Dude, what a pathetic display of an empire desperately it's just trying to get anything. We're going to appoint an official Twitter meme squad. We're gonna create memes now, guys.
Council.
They got to get with culture. They're behind. That's what they do. Yeah. They always do this. Whenever they're behind, all the time. When they're behind, then they just have to hire an expert. Like they're failing. It's an abject failure, and they're like, "We'll just hire an expert." That's their go-to for everything.
department to achieve the goals laid out in the upcoming Diversity and Inclusion Strategic Plan.
They have a strategic plan.
Diversity and inclusion make us stronger, smarter, more creative, and more innovative. The work of building a State Department that truly represents the American people is just beginning, but today's announcement underscores the Secretary's...
Dude, with what this guy's doing, they could literally put anybody on there. I don't see why at this point in time they don't just put celebrities on, people who can actually speak and do it well. If you're just gonna read off some shit, you might as well have that means nothing. If you're gonna read some shit that means literally nothing, you might as well have somebody who's good at reading meaningless shit.
Might as well have Microsoft Sam.
Yeah, yes, yeah, yeah, right. Might as well. Siri's on there, fucking talking to us.
Guys, this just triggered me because this diverse... Fuck. It's my law paper. I have to persuade that diversity is a strength and... Fuck law school. Fuck diversity. Clip it and ship it. Fuck diversity. I hate that word so much. Strength through diversity. Shut up. What a meaningless phrase. It's such like an American obsessed thing to talk about diversity. Dude, fuck diversity. I'm so sick of hearing about it. Fuck the word diversity. Shut up, Department of Defense. Strength through diversity. Because Americans are obsessed with multiplicity for multiplicity's own sake. Like, American scientists actually believe in many worlds theory. What a bunch of fucking idiots. There are many universes. It's the multiverse, guys. By the way, guys, anytime a show or a lore talks about the multiverse, they gave up. They can't justify They can't justify why they made a change, so they're just like, oh, it's the multiverse, guys.
Bro, I'm telling you, they always just intentionally they substitute quality writing and storytelling for bullshit. That's what it is.
It's American quality.
It makes a story meaningless anyway. Like
completely, yeah, just so arbitrary and stupid.
All right, I think the age of women on. Oh Jesus, I think we've kind of exhausted this.
Yeah. We can thoroughly.
we've said a lot about it actually. Let's go to the next thing. So I heard on Reddit there was an AMA for a real prisoner of the Uyghur camps, or went undercover to visit Chinese labor camps, and apparently the Redditors exposed her as a fraud.
Is it a Gizmo person or is it someone else?
The name is Lauren something. Fuck, New York Times.
I think she's the Gizmo person.
Yeah. No. I think this is someone else.
Okay, it's not another
she worked
person
with
that got
the Epoch
exposed.
Times.
Oh.
And Reddit exposed her. That's crazy that Reddit exposed her. I didn't expect Reddit. Maybe Wall Street Bets turned Reddit from cucked to something else. Yeah, they got exposed hard. What did you see?
No, I think there are lots of very, very passionate r/Sino people there.
Guys, check this out. Would you mind describing what you saw in the labor camps? TLDR, I didn't go inside, but I can share you a link to a 30-year-old documentary. Now go buy my book.
Man.
And she's 1/8 Uyghur. She's 1/8 Uyghur. It's more than Elizabeth Warren, so she must know what she's talking about.
Damn. Yeah, legit.
Is she the person who... Oh, yeah. Wait, is she the person who wrote a New York Times op-ed about how, like, the CPC suppressed her ethnic identity, that she doesn't even know she's part Uyghur or something?
Yeah, I think so.
It was news to her.
Yeah, it was the CCP suppressed my 23andMe results.
He's like, it's the CCP's fault that I don't speak Uyghur. I don't even know about my Uyghur roots. Like
1/8. 1/8 is nothing, by the way, guys. Can you think how... So what's 1/8? So your parents and... I'm so stupid. Wait.
One great parents.
One
great grandparents.
One great grandparent. And on that basis, she thinks the CCP stopped her stopped her from recalling her ancestry. Wow. Okay. This is a video that I'm interested in, and this is 3 takeaways from China, US, Alaska meetings. And it's about 4 minutes. We might not watch all of it, but let's just check it out. I'm interested to hear. This is a Chinese media company, so I'm interested to hear their impressions and so yeah.
Hey guys, welcome to Reality Check. I'm Wang Guan. The world has been making sense of the recent Alaska meeting between Beijing and the Biden administration. Here are a few quick thoughts here. First of all, you do see the shifting power dynamics between Beijing and Washington. This is a photo that went viral on Chinese social media. The first one was taken at the signing of Boxer Protocol in 1901, an unequal treaty China signed after it's defeated by 8 Western powers. The treaty allowed Western troops to be stationed in China and forced Beijing to pay 18,000 tons of silver, which is $10 billion in today's value. It took China 4 decades to pay it off. The second one was taken at the Alaska meeting in 2021. Yang Jiechi, China's senior official, pointed fingers, literally pointing his fingers at the US side, accusing them of condescension and hypocrisy, citing specific examples of Black Lives Matter movement, the Capitol riot, and endless American wars.
Bro, this is the same thing
The
Putin
US
did.
has no qualification.
Yeah. Same thing, actually.
It's like, check the record. Check the record.
Putin started talking about the genocide of the...
Exactly. He's like, not only did you genocide the indigenous people, then you bring Africans over, enslave them for hundreds. He's the only one straight checking like that.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
It was good shit. It has some backbone, you know what I mean? This is backbone.
And Putin named it, he said, the American establishment and the ruling class. He named them.
Yeah, man. Okay, all right, play this one so we can draw some parallels. This is backbone. This is backbone.
Wow. When was the last time anyone had the gut to tell a US Secretary of State that? And to tell that on live television? On Twitter, 99 Sheikh says, referring to Yang's speech, 18 minutes of hardcore truth. Ouch. Yes123 says, it was always America dictate topics between the two. Now they're surprised. Global Politics put it even more bluntly, saying,
ooh, this is a beautiful tweet. Look at this. You are not number one anymore. You are not boss. This is a multipolar world. Shout out Marxism, Leninism in the age of multipolarity. Learn to treat others like equals. And shut the fuck up with your sanctimonious bullshit about freedom, democracy, and human rights. Wow, guys. Let me tattoo this on my body.
Bluntly saying, basically China told the US, you're not number one anymore. Learn to treat others like equals. Shut up about freedom, democracy, and human rights. And here's my favorite. Bruce Lee, the singular figure that...
Based. This is fucking awesome, dude. This is fucking awesome.
Challenged Western stereotypes and ignorance about Asian men. Bruce, bro, you're sorely missed. Now, a lot of people interpret China's remarks in Alaska as being aggressive and provocative.
On this off topic, but I heard that Mao, toward the end of his life, he ordered movies by Bruce Lee, and he didn't want to give them up because he loved him so much. Did you hear about that?
I've never heard of it. It could be true. I can look it up.
Yeah, that's what I read. It didn't sound like a false source, but that's fascinating. You know.
And
sorry.
The Bruce Lee movies are excellent. Really, they're very, very good, man. And just it instills a good spirit within the viewer.
Yeah.
They're powerful films, you know what I mean? And all of them, at least the ones that I've seen, always have that theme of the peasantry coming up and rebelling against the landlord, whatever. That's always a consistent theme in those movies. and the need to like train and be disciplined over your body, be able to defend yourself and your community against the fucking parasites and all of that shit. They're excellent movies.
But after Trump and Pompeo,
Well, the
going
Chinese
around
source
the globe,
confirms it, so
Wow.
it's real.
I love that. I just wish my dream would be that Bruce Lee collaborates with Chinese filmmakers in an alternate timeline. That would be fucking sick. And to make good propaganda, you know?
Damn, yeah.
But
scapegoating China for what's largely been America's own problem for 4 years, Yan's 16-minute statement looks moderate. My second observation is that the adage that foreign policy starts at home remains as true today as it has ever been. Biden faces tremendous pressure from the Republicans to be tough on China. As the two sides met in Alaska, Marco Rubio said he fears Beijing will, quote, lure us into a deal that we think is so important that they started insisting on us to stop talking about Hong Kong, stop talking about Taiwan, stop talking about Muslim labor camps.
Marco Rubio is the champion of Muslims everywhere. Remember that, guys.
Michael Pillsbury, Trump's favorite China expert, said similar things. And after the talks, Breitbart, one of the most conservative news outlets in America, says China humiliates Biden's foreign policy team, shames Blinken with Black Lives Matter. Conservative commentators such as Mike Cernovich framed the meeting in Alaska as a humiliation for Biden too. Let's face it, Biden will be accused of being soft on China no matter what he does or does not do. But it's still worth trying getting the optics right as a new president. After all, the success of many of his domestic
what's so
agendas
funny, the thing that I
requires
keep
buy-ins
thinking
from House
about
Republicans.
is the video,
Plus,
I think it came out yesterday or whatever. You see that video where Biden's like walking up Air Force One?
Yeah.
Bro, and he
keeps
freaking
tripping.
slips. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's like perfect. Not only is it happening to his actual physical body, but even intellectually, the man is falling apart.
And it happened on the first day with the whole showdown with the Chinese diplomats too.
Oh my God. He was shaking. He was terrified, fell up, walking up the steps.
Yo, Trump was making fun of him, I heard.
Dude, I saw that shit. Too funny. People like putting
People
like,
around the world are making fun of him.
hey, it's worse than Trump.
Yeah, dude. Dude, I don't care, dude. Trump was the best U.S. president that I lived with. That I lived with.
Yeah,
within
man.
my lifetime, he was the best one. Easily the best.
who wouldn't pick on the biggest boogeyman? Finally, people matter. A most recent Gallup poll in March shows an unprecedented 63% of the American public thinks China's growing economy is a threat to America. And nearly half of all Americans think China is its biggest enemy. A year ago, Americans were split over whether Russia or China is enemy number one. This coincided with rising hate crimes against Asians and Asian Americans. The COVID pandemic, along with the peddling of China virus and Kung flu narrative, has apparently increased negative perceptions on ethnic Chinese, both in America and on the other side of the ocean. There needs to be more nuanced mutual understanding through personal connections, through travel, through study abroad programs. To get China-US relations back on track, people on both sides need immunity. Immunity not just from COVID, but from the whims and indoctrination of politicians.
Wow, nicely put. Cool video. This is some other news. This is also China related. Don't worry, it's not all going to be about China today, guys. We just have a few things. I think this is the last thing, but Xinjiang people. I don't know. I'm not pronouncing it right. Ezra, how do you actually pronounce it? Because people telling me I'm pronouncing it wrong.
I'll pronounce what?
Xinjiang. Xinjiang. Someone in the
Oh,
comments saying.
Xinjiang.
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 This is pretty good.
I used to be I'm such an idiot. I used to be like Xinjiang. All right, I got it. I got it now.
Yeah, you got to get the accents
Fine,
right. You got to
fine.
get the tones.
So, people from there are refuting and suing German Xinjiang issue expert Adrian Zenz. Let's check
外交
it
部
out.
今天举行涉疆问题新闻发布会，
Was it
就
in
德
English?
国人郑国恩的所谓涉疆研究报告进行批驳。新疆维吾尔自治区党委宣传部副部长徐贵相表示，所谓报告政治动机阴险，内容粗制滥造，逻辑漏洞百出，结论荒诞至极。
徐贵相表示，郑国恩根本不是中国问题研究专家，而是美国所谓共产主义受害者纪念基金会成
The Memorial Foundation for the Victims of Communism. And we, Infrared, we've created many victims of communism on this show.
Yeah, you saw the skulls.
Vosh is one of them. There's a lot of victims here that we created.
成员是极右翼极端分子，是美国情报机构操纵设立的研究机构骨干。
基于这样的身份和目的，撰写的所谓涉疆研究报告，政治目的阴险。
Alright, I have to go right now.
Shit.
Unfortunately, I wish I could stay longer, and I will probably stay longer next time.
For sure, man. See you later, man.
Okay, cool.
Alright, see you.
Peace.
Let me fix this so it just shows you.
Okay.
And let me make this right.
Is there, whenever I watch the, whenever I'm on, I always have to like watch the stream on Twitch. Is there a way that we can do it from the back end so I see it?
Not yet, but OBS has a feature. No, Restream has a feature that allows you to do that. But you gotta pay for it. So.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, it's not pressing.
At least we know it's possible, you know.
Yeah, right.
So we'll find a way to do it, but not yet.
Okay.
造逻辑漏洞百出，结论也是十分的荒诞。但是令人不可思议的是，一些国家的议员、媒体却对郑国恩的所谓的研究报告奉若至宝，大肆引用其中无中生有具有煽动性的结论，在没有经过任何调查核实的情况下，就将郑国恩炮制的所谓研究报告认定为事实。
Yeah, you could screen share in Discord, but you can't stream it at the same time.
Hey, okay.
Yeah,
no problem.
从而掀起了一场惊世骇俗的政治造谣运动，而郑国恩的所谓这些研究报告，就是这场运动的根源。
徐贵相表示，一段时间以来 ，BBC 等一些媒体打着新闻自由旗号，不经调查核实，跟风引用郑国恩所谓涉疆研究报告，制播假新闻，已成为郑国恩涉疆谎言谬论的传播平台。
All right, we're not gonna watch the whole thing, but I thought that was interesting news. Okay, so I wanted to point this out. So we're always if we hear about the mice that are scurrying on the floor in Russia. If a mice scurries on the floor in Russia, we hear about it. If somebody squashes a bug in Russia, we hear about it. Has anyone heard about this? There's a lot of protests going on in Thailand, in Bangkok, at the King's Palace. Did anyone hear about it? Not me. Is Dylan Burns talking about it? Is Socialism Done Left talking about it? Vosh talking about it? Anyone talking about it? Because they love being in everyone's business, so I would think maybe they would talk about this. I mean, if Navalny farts in Russia, Vosh is on the case. You know?
Vosh smells it.
Yeah, they're always on the case whenever the smallest thing happens, but no one cares about. By the way, is this is Thailand a US friendly country? Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Thailand US relations. Yes, they have very strong relations. Well, that's interesting.
For what reason? Do you know the reason? What does it say on the thing?
I don't know nothing about I don't know anything about Thailand or its history. I just thought it was interesting. It's like, you hear about the small. I never heard about that there was something going on.
Yeah, something major.
Something that's hitting a little bit closer to home. Did you hear about Miami?
No, what?
So there's spring break going on in Miami.
Oh yeah,
And
okay,
it
okay.
caused, look at this, guys. I'm jealous, dude. I mean, this is bad, but I'm sick of being inside all the time, and I'd love to.
It's always Miami. Something about Florida. It's in the air over.
Look at this, guys. This is fucking crazy. Maybe we can find some footage. I want to look at some footage. This is the aerial view after the police crack down. There's a big curfew, and it's a super spreader event. Let's check out some footage if we can.
Super spreader event.
Miami spring break 20. Let's make it child friendly. This is after the curfew, I believe.
Right. If you come to South Beach, guys, this is one of the most iconic places down in South Beach.
Wait, is this after the curfew?
That you can take a
This is after. No, this is March 15th. Okay.
picture on. It's the sign, and obviously this is what's going on right now in 2021 March 2020.
Dude.
21, guys. It's definitely.
I was gonna go to Miami before COVID hit.
Go now, man. It's lit over there.
Yeah, guys. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna drop out of law school and stop streaming. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna have some fun in my life. Just streaming every day and locked up and stuff.
Really packed, to say the least. So we're gonna try to squeeze through here. I do have a mask on.
Okay. Like two different worlds.
Why does Miami look like this? Miami is like still 80s.
Yeah, they still got that's old money.
Yeah, it still has that old. I don't know if it's like, is this new or is this the old? I don't know. Is this the legacy of the old, or is it like they're doing it purposefully for like the 80s revival,
Yeah. I guess I figured that. Well, no, I guess it isn't necessarily. I figured that was dead. The 80s revival? Well, no, man. Listen to fucking, what's his name? He just did the Super Bowl thing. What's his name?
Who?
Somebody knows who I'm talking about. The dude, he's like Ethiopian. He's a pop artist.
The Weeknd?
What is The Weeknd? Yes, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no. The reason I bring that up, he's still dwelling in the 80s.
Dude, he's whack, dude. He's whack.
I figured it was dead, but no, with The Weeknd, he's got the 80s on his back.
Dude, we're celebrities now, so if we talk shit about these people,
oh wow, yeah, they'll come for us, huh?
He's gonna come for. We must not. We gotta be careful.
Yeah. Well, no, it's just to switch it up, man. Get with the times. That's all we're saying.
Now, if you want to get a little perspective of what's going on over here, guys.
It looks like a fun time. It looks like a pretty dangerous time, but it looks pretty fun to me. All right, guys, this is a complete shift of news. Look at this. The war in Yemen is still raging. When did it start? Years on end. The Saudi government has not made any inroads. They're going to be stuck in Yemen forever. So they attacked an Aramco refinery last week. Friday. Wow. They're still those Houthi rebels in Yemen are still they're still fucking with Saudi Arabia like this. Years on end, They haven't made any progress.
Still going though.
Yeah, it's still going. They want airstrikes by the Saudi-led coalition to end. Yeah, they had no idea what they were coming into, seems like. No idea. No idea. Let's watch a video about it.
And Yemen's Houthi rebels fired missiles
It's only 2 minutes.
drones at the heart of Saudi Arabia's oil industry on Sunday, attacking Saudi Aramco facility. Ras Al Noura
Sunday or Friday? Oh, this was a few weeks ago. Okay. This is a different one.
military target in Saudi cities of Dammam, Asir and Jazan. The Iran-aligned group's military spokesperson said that the group fired 14 drones and 8 ballistic missiles across the border.
تمكنت القوة الصاروخية وسلاح الجو المسير من تنفيذ عملية هجومية واسعة ومشتركة في العمق السعودي ب14 طائرة مسيرة و8 صواريخ باليستية، منها 10 طائرات مسيرة نوع صمات 3 وصاروخ ذي الفقار استهدفت.
Guys, F's in the chat for Saudi Arabia. F's in the chat. This is their Vietnam. They're gonna be stuck there forever. It's just sad because like Bin Salman, his whole shtick as like the leader of Saudi Arabia was like this like Hitler, right? We're gonna go into Yemen and we're gonna take over Yemen, yeah. And it's years on end. It's
This is a little bit more difficult than they expected.
F's in the chat.
They always underestimate people. They really think that people. Man, I think you brought this up the other day. They really think people are out here just willing to give up their shit. No, people are dying. They will die. They have no problem.
You know,
they have a problem with you coming in, and they'll put their life on the line for that.
You know, today's an age of vanity. You got a lot of like Napoleon wannabes. They just want to be strongmen. Like Macron in France is one of them, and Bin Salman, and you know these guys they're getting ahead of themselves a little too much.
Man, they really think they're hot shit.
Yeah.
And and to an extent they really are. They really have the weaponry like that. They really do. But that doesn't, you can't take for granted, I think, you know, the spirit that people have and the willingness, you know, to fight. They always take that for granted. They think, oh, just because we have these machines, these mechanical this and that, it's like it's a trump card or something like that.
Dude,
no, I'm sorry.
Bin Salman is molding every day. I thought it'd be easy.
شركة أرامكو في ميناء راس التنورة وأهدافا عسكرية أخرى بمنطقة الدمام.
The Saudi Energy Ministry said an oil storage yard at Ras Al Noura, the site of an oil refinery and the world's biggest offshore oil loading facility, was attacked with a drone. The ministry said on the ground in Yemen, in Marib and Taiz regions. The Houthis have recently stepped up cross-border missile and drone attacks on Saudi Arabia. The Iranian-aligned rebel group is battling the Saudi-led military coalition since it intervened in Yemen's civil war in 2015. Many countries, including the United States, are trying to use diplomatic channels to end this conflict. The conflict in Yemen is largely seen as a proxy war between Saudi Arabia and Iran. But the Houthis, who ousted the internationally recognized government from power in the capital Sana'a in late 2014, deny being puppets of Tehran and say they are fighting a corrupt system and foreign aggression.
The Houthis, they're a different sect of... I didn't know this until recently. Like a few years ago. The Yemen Shia, they're a different sect. They're not 12ers. They're like something else. So I don't think they're really puppets, you know? It doesn't seem like they're proxies, per se. But yeah, the Iranian government is supporting them. But I'm not sure if they're proxies, you know? Because it's a different... Are they Ismailis? No, I think it's something else. It's something very specific to Yemen, I think. Forgot what it was. Wait, hold on. I think it's this one. No, that's the wrong thing. Zaidi, yeah, something like, yeah, Zaidi, yeah, you're right. That's it. Too much Arab stuff? You're not gonna like this next one. I'm just kidding. It's not. It's not Arab. It's Turkish. I wanted to cover this a little bit. Erdogan oust central bank head, installs interest rate ally. I love this word, interest rate ally. I want you guys to understand that whether it's Trump or others, there's a big war raging. And then I think theoretically it's between MMT and the neoclassical economics. And Erdogan, he wants low interest rates, which means he doesn't want the currency to be too strong, because having a weaker currency gives you an industrial edge. And Erdogan knows Erdogan is a kind of MMT guy, and then he's expelling these neoclassical people who think that higher interest rates is a way to create price stability and save the economy. You know, this is the kind of battle raging across the globe. You know, it's like it's the politics of austerity. You know, yeah.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. It looks like he's learning from and siding with the Chinese on this.
More or less, yeah. It's more or less like this battle between neoclassical economics and this kind of new MMT, let's print a lot of money and invest. And it's really interesting, you know? Turkey's currency has been fucked for a long, long time. And there's like a really big internal struggle going on in Turkey related to the lira and related to the monetary policy.
When we for that period of time, I guess we're still looking into it less now, but when we started looking into Forex, just that in itself, trying to understand that beast, that completely opens your eyes, or opened my eyes, you know what I mean? To the vastness and complexity of this freaking currency.
And you want to know the most stupid people when it comes to this? Marxists. Fucking idiots. They don't know anything about currency politics. Nothing.
Completely outside.
Total brainlet.
It's heavy shit though. That's some heavy shit.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have been noticing though. It looks like Erdogan, after Biden was elected, it seems like we're seeing a shift in Erdogan's politics even, and his geopolitical position, or Turkey's geopolitical position. Check this out. He was responding to Biden's remarks about Putin.
Sayın Biden'ın Putin'le ilgili bu ifadeleri bir devlet başkanına yakışmayan bir
Coming to Putin's defense, basically.
ifadedir. Ve bir devlet başkanının kalkıp Rusya gibi bir devlet başkanına böyle bir ifadeyi kullanması gerçekten kabul edilebilir, yenilir, yutulur bir ifade değildir. Ve bana göre de Sayın Putin gerçekten çok akıllıca, çok şık bir cevap vermek suretiyle de gereğini yapmıştır.
Is it because of Armenia and Azerbaijan? No, because I'm going to show you something else. Saudi Arabia and Egypt supported Armenia. And maybe that scared him, and he's like, okay, we're not going to go that far. But look at this. Other news. Erdogan moves against the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. That is groundbreaking. That completely changes my understanding of the situation now. Is there a strategic shift going on? Turkey was always aligned with the Muslim Brotherhood across the Middle East. Is it changing its position because of Azerbaijan and Armenia? I wonder if it is. I wonder if it doesn't want to risk the Arab states favoring Armenia over it. And that's why Erdogan is throwing the Muslim Brotherhood under the rug. But this was shocking news to me. I had no idea what... Looks like Turkey just wants to stop this kind of... Ankara is signaling to Cairo and Jerusalem that it wants to normalize relations. What the fuck happened? A year ago, it seemed like Turkey was about to go to war with Israel. It seemed like Turkey was the number one enemy of everybody. What the fuck happened? I have no idea. It's very mysterious to me. With that, projects such as the East Med pipeline, which will likely run in parts of the eastern Mediterranean Sea that Turkey considers its territorial waters, have left it strategically isolated. Erdogan wants to show El-Sisi that he's serious in his desire to normalize relations between the countries.
Dude, what do you think? What do you think the likelihood that the shift has to do with the dam, with what's going on the Nile?
I don't know. It's so mysterious. I have no fucking idea. I need to read more. I just don't know why this happened. This completely changed my whole understanding of the Middle East. Maybe this is just a temporary thing, and it's not going to work, and they're going to have to go back to supporting the Muslim Brotherhood, and it's just, he's just trying to I don't know. I have no idea. It's really weird. Before Biden, do you remember when Macron and Biden were Macron and Erdogan were going at it?
Yeah.
And then, as soon as Biden got elected, Erdogan sends a letter apologizing to Macron. What the fuck happened?
Yeah, what?
What happened? It happened overnight. Jared Kushner's been talking with them? About what? You think he's playing 4D chess? I don't know. It's really weird. This is something Ezra wanted to show. We'll show it on stream. Then we're going to get into the party stuff. Anyways, declining birth rates are actually good. Yeah, but forcing people to exist without their consent is morally evil.
Jesus.
There's a direct line from liberalism to this. Okay? Direct line. It's the same pathology. This obsession with unconditional, absolute, ability to premise. Yeah, exactly. It's just... But, whether you like it or not, this is the logical conclusion of the same reasoning which holds that every country which isn't a fucking Western democracy is a authoritarian dictatorship. And it's because you didn't guarantee the consent. It's but it's just as stupid as saying this. The absence of some kind of airtight mechanism to ensure absolute consent in the case of someone being born doesn't fucking mean that you're forcing them and you're taking away that right. The absence of rights doesn't mean that they're deliberately being violated or being taken away. That's what liberals don't fucking understand. Just because you're not guaranteed rights doesn't mean they are being taken away actively or being violated deliberately. And they don't understand that distinction.
Yeah. I think it goes back the subtleties of human and social interaction. They can't grasp.
definitely can't grasp, you know? Hold on, let me
It has to be explicitly written in some type of doctrine for it to hold. It's not something that people can just get intuitively.
yeah, dude, it's a fucking joke. I'm just moving this window right here. But anyway, let's get into some party. Let's talk about parties, guys. Let's talk about the third party. So I've been saying that the time is now for thinking about a third party. And we have some candidate. What is this? Is a bug bit me or something? Whatever. Now's the time to start thinking about, damn, how do I get rid of this shit? This looks stupid. It looks like I got like red cheeks or something. What is this? I look like a fucking clown. I actually look like a real clown now. It's a bug bite? I don't know what the fuck that is. Anyway, we've been talking about a new party. Where do we begin in America for like where would that new party be? Where would it begin? Well, I've been talking about Movement for a People's Party to keep an eye on. I just don't know much about it. We're going to go over some drama that's facing Movement of the People's Party. So some people have signed a petition making some demands to the party, and they're going to go over what they consider to be its problems. Let's check it out. I'm going to look at this with you guys. We're going to look at it together. Okay, here's the petition. Okay. So this is who are we? Okay, who are we? Here we go. We are a group of former volunteers from a Movement for a People's Party. As a result of our unsuccessful attempts to bring about needed reforms, creation of bylaws. What do they mean by that? Bylaws. Is this Kulak behavior we're looking at? So far my instinct and my Kulak detector is off the charts right now. Okay, I have Kulak detector.
Bing, 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 bing.
It may go back as I read more and I may be more understanding, but so far my Kulak detector is off the charts.
Overly legislative.
Whenever people demand transparency and creation of these rules and shit, it's just my Kulak director's off the charts. It just sounds like people who want to create rules for no reason and can't just use their own common sense to get in line. By the way, the reason we can't have parties in America is because when you have a party in Russia, everyone's united by a common sense that's transmuted through culture. America has no common culture, so everything has to be fucking legislated formally. You know? That's why we can't have a party in America. But anyway, through normal channels inside MMP, we created a petition in late October 2020 to present. We're going to look at that petition. In the process of negotiating the particulars of the petition, many of the signatories either resigned or were removed from MMP, having all our access canceled. We're going to look at the petition and see what's going on and why there was a petition in the first place. This sounds like drama I don't care about. We petitioners still believed in what Movement for People's Party stands for. However, because we are not able to significantly move the needle within MMP, and because we have since been slandered and gaslit, this website has been created to share with... They made a whole fucking website over this dumb shit. Dude, we need a third party in America. Why don't you have party discipline? This is why I don't... Okay, this is why my Kulak detector's off the charts. Ready? 61 of the signers are in the Pacific, California. 50 are in New England and Mid-Atlantic. It's a wrap.
Yeah.
So what is that?
Coastal
110. They're all coastal elites, and there's a small minority of these people. Okay? I am, off the bat, I'm a little skeptical of this, okay? They made a whole website out of pettiness. Guys, word of advice. If you have drama with a party that no one knows about, don't waste your time to create an organization just based on your beef with them. Nobody even knows who Movement of the People's Party is in the first place. No one cares about this Byzantine drama. Just drop it and move on. And I don't know what happened. We're going to try to figure out what happened, but you need to chill and you need to not make this website. Because why did you make this website? It looks stupid. It looks like a fucking ruckus. It looks like a circus. You know? Just build a solid third party, dude, and fucking man up. And stop getting bogged down in this dumb, petty bullshit. She encouraged an unconfirmed... This is our guy. This is our... Not guy, I'm not misgendering them, but this is our person. Default, they're in our Discord. To repo... Default is in our Discord. And I think they wanted to talk about it. But we'll see. Hold on. Can you please join VC? Hold on. I'm just a bit confused because this is like petty Byzantine drama that's completely a waste of time and completely pointless. And I don't know what it's about, but the way they're writing paragraphs about it just convinces me that, guys, you need to suck it up and move on. You know, this is not going to do you any good, dude. First, you got to put MPP on the fucking map. Make it devote yourself, self-sacrifice for MPP. Do not make a whole website dedicated to bitching about something that you didn't even let grow from its cradle. You're trying to kill it in its cradle. Don't make a fucking website about it before it becomes anything. At least wait till it gets big, then you can do this. So we can call you Kulaks. I can't even call you Kulaks. This is just stupid. This is so pointless and pedantic.
Drama.
Okay, let's look at their petition, and then this is the purge. Oh my god, look at all this drama. Alright, let's look at it. Below is the text of the petition. How long is this petition? Okay, it's not that long. Thank God. To the Movement for People's National Coordinator Circle, we, the undersigned MPP volunteers, hereby request that MPP leaders give serious consideration to the below standard stated concerns and take swift and effective action. Kulak detector off the charts, off the charts. With your solutions. And who are you? Are you the majority of the party? Who are you to make these demands? In our work as MPP volunteers, we have dedicated many hours to the mission of the organization, to form a major new political party in the United States, but you just fucked it up now. You just proved why it's not possible.
Off the bat.
Well, all right, for sure. You just proved...
No.
What's that?
No, I was agreeing with you.
Oh, no, I thought you said you'll be right back. Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah. They said, we believe in forming a new political party. By making this website, you just admitted it's not possible. You just said it's not possible. You literally already surrendered. You already surrendered. I don't care what the drama's about. Either ditch MPP or stick with it. But don't make this website and say you're for a new political party in the United States. Like, dude, you just proved why they're not possible. This is literally why we can't have a third party right now. It's the only reason, actually. It's the only fucking reason. Dumb, stupid, petty shit like this. Okay? This is why we don't have a fucking new political party. Don't make this website shitting on the party. You just proved, by going public, you proved why it's not possible. Anyway, thoroughly corrupted by power and failed to... Okay, As individuals, we have come to MPP through different paths. We all have a common coastal elites. We can create a better country and world. Look, if MPP is a real thing, it's not going to be founded in California and the coastal elites. If there's a People's Party in the U.S., it's going to come from the Midwest or the South, something like that. It's not going to come from you coastal elites. Otherwise, you're LARPing. You're LARPing as the People's Party if it's all based on coastal elites. It's just a LARP. You may as well just make the White Panther Party. If you guys know what that is, it's the epitome of coastal elite dumb shit. And it was founded in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Yeah, man.
But,
damn.
Yeah.
Sad.
But anyway.
Not surprising. What's so funny is that Ann Arbor hasn't changed a bit. It makes so much sense that the White Panthers were started in Ann Arbor.
MPP seemed to offer a space where we could be listened to, and oh my god, this kulakkery is
Yeah, dude. This is a university. This is a graduate student organization.
Me and Evan know a thing or two about this.
This is a graduate student organization. This is some fake shit. These are just some, yeah.
We know a thing or
This is
two
LARPing.
about this kulakkery. Promises of
Jesus
progress
Christ.
with no follow through and the inability to effectively address problems. Okay, let's see what problems. Okay, transparency. There is a lack of transparency in the organization with regard to leadership, decision making, financials, and strategy. We do not know what happens in the national. And okay, but what is your problem then? Is there a problem that you think they're doing something that's not allowing the party to grow? Then focus on that problem. Don't fucking immediately, focus on the form. Focus on the content of the problem. We do not know how we... Okay, do you care? Why do you care? We do not know how we are funded. Does it matter where our donated money goes? Or who keeps track of the books? So this is a trust issue. That's what blockchain fanatics are all about. The computer is solving this problem of human trust. That's what these people seem like they need. They don't have any human trust. And I know it's tough, but look, the wisdom of Marxist-Leninist democratic centralism is that for all the formal mechanisms in an ML party, the buck stops somewhere and you just gotta swallow it and just be like, dude, swallow your pride. Don't try to formalize everything. At a certain point, there are gonna be things that are not transparent and not democratic, and you just gotta fucking man up, Stop being a fucking, We do not know what the process is used to make decisions. Jesus. We do not... You're killing it in its cradle, dude. It's like, we do not know how the organization functions at the top. We are not kept privy... Okay, there's someone here who knows... He's not there anymore. Never mind. I was going to bring on I Am Okay. It is not clear how the eventual party platform we voted on or how the founding convention will work at all. Maybe they themselves don't know and they're still working on it. This is a stupid concern. To me, this is fucking stupid. Default is in show queue. No, they're not. I Am Okay was. Democracy. Democracy. Volunteers often feel no sense of agency in the work they do. Here we go with this kulakkery, meaningless bullshit. The volunteer and membership community is not consulted on major decisions. If you have a problem with a decision, focus on the content, not the form. Focus on the money. This is such a stupid fucking concern. Dude, imagine if the populace 100 years ago thought this way. Dude, you know how organizations work is that the buck stops somewhere. Eventually you gotta realize you can't formalize everything, dude. You just can't. Somebody's gotta make decisions and you gotta follow the line. Okay? And it doesn't matter how that person, maybe you can elect them. Maybe you can do things like that. But someone's got to be in power and make real-time, quick decisions that there's no time to consult anyone about. And you just got to fucking get shit done. These fucking people sound like they want to turn the party into the fucking U.S. Congress where nobody gets shit done because they spend all their fucking time formalizing bullshit instead of actually getting things done. The most important thing any organization has to do is get shit done, okay? And the democratic forms are secondary. The central in democratic centralism is way more important than the democratic part. Way more important. Way more fucking important.
They substitute a clear vision with bureaucracy.
Okay. We're going to bring in 2 people associated with MPP. Okay, I'm going to tell them. Okay, hold on. Okay, Default and I Am Okay. You guys here?
Yo.
Okay. We gotta, I just want to say,
Yeah. Is my mic good?
Yeah, your mic's good. I can't hear Default, though.
So,
hello?
Okay, I hear you. Okay, guys.
So both of us were involved with the petitioner.
Okay. I just want to make this organized, though, because I brought 2 of you, so,
Okay.
we gotta, do one at a time. And,
I'll let Default start.
Are you guys watching the stream right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Right now
I just started watching.
Let's go one by one, addressing this, because this is the first time I'm reading their petition. So, can you corroborate these claims? Because they're making a lot of claims about the National Coordinator Circle. So I want to know.
Because I'm a neutral party, can I explain this?
Okay, sure. You can go ahead.
Because Default is someone they mentioned on their website, so I'm a bit more of a neutral party. But the thing is that the MPP petitioner circle, they were controlled by a guy from California. The guy was named, I'm not gonna name him, but because I don't want to dox him, but he was like an ex-military dude. That already gave me shady vibes.
Yeah.
And he was part of the MPP since day one. He was like in the organization. He was like he controlled the entire West Coast MPP. Like the entire West Coast MPP was under his control. And then he one day invited me and everyone in the coast to a meeting saying, "Oh, time to democratize MPP." And then he invited us to a fucking Discord server, which is not professional. If you're a fucking professional, you use Slack. You do not use Discord. So the thing is, and we used Slack for MPP, but he invited us to a Discord server. So that's another fucking alarm. And then, thanks to the work of Default here, he was able to stop this wrecking. From what I heard, and this was basically wrecking. This was wrecking because he was trying to recruit people to his own organization. This was wrecking.
Dude,
there's no other way of fucking putting it.
This is, to me, just instinctually, I'm reading this shit, and it sounds like literally the fucking time-old leftist bullshit.
I actually think this is COINTELPRO, as someone who was part of the petitioner circle.
What this was, I was actually in their group. They call themselves the Revolution Within group. They have a Discord. I was invited. I signed the petition. I joined their Discord. What they are is essentially a color revolution within the fucking MPP. Like, I found people within their Discord that were talking about that were pushing conciliationism with the Democratic Party.
Oh my!
Or with elements of the Democratic Party.
Dude, fuck.
And these people, I fought a Twitter war with these fuckers. Like my Twitter just blew up today because I just found out that this was a thing. I attacked one of them. Then the next thing I know, I'm getting attacked by dozens of people, including BreadTube, Radlib types who had nothing to do with any of this fucking shit. My Twitter gets blown up. I get hundreds of fucking notifications. They're retweeting each other like crazy.
Okay. Listen.
It's a fucking op, man.
I can't confirm or deny nothing, but that sounds super spooky. That they're suddenly these BreadTube people aren't. How far does this fucking go?
Yeah. I think this is actually I actually think this, as someone who's involved with this, and I can confirm because I'm on the current Slack and I was on there before. I've been since day one, and people in the MPP can confirm this. I was in the petitioner circle until petitioner circle actually made me less active in MPP because of the fact that I had no faith in the MPP because of the petitioner circle.
Yes, that's exactly what they were doing. Like the MPP, like literally, while I was in the petitioners, the RW Discord, there were like signs where the MPP was trying to like make conciliatory gestures towards the petitioners group, and like they actually came up with a fucking constitution. But then like everybody, like all the leadership of the RW Discord, like the mods, the people that were like had special roles, they all dismissed it out of hand. And like this is what really gets me. Like, okay, like I can understand you've tried like negotiating with the CC, with the leadership of the MPP, fine. But then it turns out before I joined the RW Discord, the entire group had taken a vote as to like where they should go following a particularly like slow or unsuccessful negotiation with the CC, and the RW group basically voted to abandon the MPP, voted that reforming the MPP was impossible, right? And they basically voted to form a splinter group, a breakaway group called the Way Forward that they would build on Gilded.
I never even fucking heard of it, and nobody fucking uses Gilded. I'm sorry, Gilded. Only people who use Gilded are fucking neo-Nazis. That's literally the only people who use Gilded.
Dude,
and get this, these people like the people that voted to leave the reform movement or form this breakaway group, they still had voting power within the RW Discord, and they also occupied moderation position. They occupied leadership positions within the RW Discord. Yet during all of it, they would still masquerade and present themselves to the MPP base as a reform movement.
Damn.
Even though they believed that reform was impossible.
Dude, that is so fucked. Dude, nothing disgusts me more than people who try to just kill shit in its fucking cradle. This MPP wasn't even allowed to get anywhere before these fucking parasites came and shit it all up. It's fucking incredible to me.
If you know the history of COINTELPRO, you would know that they usually try to kill things in their womb before it becomes a problem.
Dude, but you know, there has to be a way, because there's going to be more of that shit for MPP. And
the MPP, this is like the least of their concerns right now.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Now,
that's so good to hear.
I just joined back on the MPP Slack. They had the last time I was on there was in January. They had more than 1,000 members in January. Now they have only 800.
Actually,
this is fucking killing them right now.
Okay, but I'm part of the California specific, because I'm in California.
Yeah.
I'm part of the specific California People's Party, and thankfully we have a really great organizer now who runs the Bay Area, and now we're in the state of California. We're actually an official party now, so we've been doing great in California. Maybe not in other areas, but we've actually been able to recover in California.
You know, the thing that I think is so important, just like I'm a sideliner, so my words are not worth that much, but just like as a sideliner, you know, just like as some guy, I think the MPP, a lot of it, you have to think about what kind of message is it, what kind of people must it attract, and I feel like whether they're feds or not, those type of PMC type people, literally it's in their instinct to shit things up like this, be babies, cause drama, and demand over formalization of everything. And it's just in their nature. You know what
one of these people said to me? So like when I expose these people in the MPP Slack, right? One of their like leaders, like there was this whole thing with a working class petitioner who was part of the MPP, but also part of the RW Discord, who had like he has some reactionary like behaviors, and, you know, like, and essentially what this particular RW leader told me was that he would try to get working class people fired from their jobs for having reactionary attitude, and he's in a party called the fucking People's Party.
This is a party. You know that the People's Party mission literally is in opposition to everything he was doing.
Yeah.
Also, he was a fucking ex-military. Jerry Perez was an ex-fucking military guy.
I'm talking about Steve Coleman.
No, Jerry Perez was the guy who I was working with.
Well, let's not get bogged down in the weeds. Let's kind of keep our eye on the money. And,
okay, but I think that the MPP, I actually think that by paying attention to this, we're actually letting them win.
Oh,
and
you think
in my opinion,
I disagree.
Like because the MPP will grow regardless of this, and the thing is that if the MPP can make a lasting impact by, like, if Nina Turner wins her Senate seat and then switches to the People's Party, none of this will matter.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, maybe.
You're right.
But right now, like, I thought this would die away. Like, I thought this wouldn't even be an issue. But like, I come back like 2 months later, and these people are very well coordinated. They know how to network. They're like reaching out to all the smaller sort of.
They're trying to cancel MPP
adjacent shows.
Hold
right,
on.
They're basically trying to cancel MPP.
Just so we have
They're
a
trying to get on
balanced
Jimmy.
thing, I am okay. Do you think that this messaging, this petition of theirs, is this actually convincing people, and like people are reading this like, wow, they're right, you know, I agree with this?
I think that in a way, sure, as someone who's been a volunteer for them, there are problems. But the thing is that they're to anyone who's volunteered for MPP, you would know that a lot of these problems, quote unquote, are necessary for the functioning of the organization, and that by removing these problems, they create more problems. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. No, I mean,
they're definitely.
You know, like I just plainly. This is my fear. I'm gonna tell you what I'm scared of as a sideliner, someone whose voice doesn't matter that much. But this is my fear. Okay, I saw how Bernie's campaign started to hear about all these demands and shit, and he just fucking submitted to everything, right?
Folding to the academics.
People's Party actually formed because of the fact that they didn't want to submit.
This is the thing, is that I think the biggest threat from where I'm standing to People's Party, internal threat, is these specific types of people who are going to come and make a fuss and do their fake cultural revolution. You know, like this fake Red Guard shit where all these like woke, not just woke people, but all these like PMC type band together and they start making demands and sloganeering within and creating these like sub-organization, like parasitical types of things that wrecking and shit. And it's like the leadership there's always a threat that the leadership is going to be like, wow, this must represent the masses. We have to pay attention to this. But actually, it's only a tiny, loud minority from a grand scheme of things.
Yes.
And by listening to them, you're shooting yourself in the foot when it comes to winning masses. Because let me tell you, as someone who's in the Midwest right now, if you listen to these people, you will not go anywhere in the Midwest. You're going to appease these students and these like people demanding all this democracy and formalization and this color revolution bullshit, and it's going to make you weak as fuck and very fragile and brittle when it comes to winning people in the Midwest.
Yeah.
You know?
That's actually why. Oh, sorry, I'll let you speak, and then I have to say something.
I'll just be really quick. Like, take a wild guess what these people's position, like what the RW leadership's position on Jimmy Dore is. Like, take a wild. guess.
I know. I already know everything. I already know all their politics. I know who these people are. I know what they're about, and I could deduce that just by gleaming this fucking website. I know what type of people they are. You know?
Yeah.
Another one of these like leader figures, like Lisa Pfeiffer on Twitter. Like, she also is ex-military, a former veteran, or I guess she's like a veteran.
If they're all ex-military, holy shit! I only thought one of these people was ex-military.
No, Lisa Pfeiffer is also she puts it on her Twitter profile.
Look at this. Okay, this is what disgusts me. I'm going to read this. It leaves many of us feeling that we have been misled and our efforts have been hijacked by an organization that is not what it says it is. Oh, boo-hoo. Instead, we often feel that MPP is veering dangerously close to the kind of elitism that has corrupted the other parties. Okay, dude, your number one goal is to make MPP on the map, make it big and make it strong. And you're preemptively trying to fucking cuck this party by this fear that, we're going to become no better than the Democrats. Pray, get on your knees and pray. Pray you'll have a fraction of what the Democrats have. That would be the most revolutionary, biggest achievement, most unprecedented thing in America right now, is if a real fucking third party got anywhere.
The MPP.
Yeah,
because
I want to say one thing.
The party itself. It's the movement to found the party. The party will be founded like this summer. That's when the party will be founded.
And God help. By the way,
movement.
God help.
I mean, it's not a party. It's just
God help the people who are involved with trying to found that party, and God help the leaders of that party, because that's where shit is gonna be hard. That's where like, dude. Well, look, if it's gonna happen this summer, that process of drafting, making that new party, That's where you gotta be careful, because this is where they're gonna try to fucking cuck you and fucking shit it all up and fuck the whole thing up.
Yeah. Like, the one thing I gotta say is that if this petition, which they won't win because they're now out of the party, but and they actually went on a fucking BreadTube podcast to explain their position, but the MPP was not given any airtime on any BreadTube podcast. But the thing is that if these guys hypothetically won, they would end up being the same fucking people as the Green Party. The Green Party, and I respect some people in the Green Party. I don't mean to diss them, but the reason why the MPP is separate from the Green Party is because the Green Party is focused on the coastal people, not on the fucking
and
class.
the Green Party's been around for how long, and where have they gone?
It's been around since 1996.
Yeah.
And Howie Hawkins, who once founded it, is he wasn't even that active with it for a while and I respect Howie. I respect Jill Stein. In fact, Jill Stein is what got me into this whole thing. But the thing is that Jill Stein and even Howie Hawkins kind of appealed to a more coastal type people.
Yeah.
The People's Party in their own platform states that we must appeal to the working class.
Let me tell you something though. Some other word of advice that, as someone from the Midwest, and listen, focusing on the environmental angle and making that one of the central things is gonna fuck.
Bad optics.
It's gonna fuck you. It's gonna fuck not you
It's not gonna work.
It's gonna fuck everything up.
Yeah.
I get that you need to have a strong policy written somewhere about addressing climate change, but if you get in on the Greta Thunberg religion and obsess over it, and that's your main thrust of how you justify your existence, you will not get anywhere. And I know
that right
for
there
a
is
fact.
that's a very much a coastal sentiment that has no bearing on us.
I mean,
the people here.
And there have been other crazy things that I've actually wanted to bring up in this sphere of politics. For example, did you see the recent DSA International Committee statement, which I'm also on their International Committee?
Can you link it so we can show it on stream?
Okay, so I linked it in your fucking come on stream chat.
Okay.
And you're gonna fucking love it.
Okay, let's read it on stream. Come on stream, come on show requests. Okay, it says I should click the tweet?
Yeah, click the tweet, yeah. And put it on screen for everyone to see. Because you will see that the DSA, International Committee at the very least, has actually become more based over time.
This is the International Committee.
Yeah, this is their International Committee.
All right,
I actually serve on it.
Let's check it out. Democratic Socialists of America's International Committee condemns in the strongest terms the xenophobia and the push for a Cold War with the People's Republic of China that have been... Oh, wow, so they're actually making the connection.
Yeah, they're actually... seriously, they are actually trying to make a connection with people in the United States. And I know the people who have written this statement, and I'm not going to name any of them because I don't want to.
Yeah, I understand.
I know the people who've written this statement. I've worked on the international department, and the thing is that this is actually one of their best statements they've ever put out. They also put out, if you check their other statements, just click on statements for a second. You will see a bunch of other good stuff, like U.S. hands off Venezuela, U.S. hands off this or that. They actually take a reasonable anti-imperialist position. If the International Committee was the entire organization, DSA would actually be a real party by now.
Ah, I see. That's interesting. It's interesting that when you have an international approach, you become better politically overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's in solidarity with the farmers of India. They talk about Lula in Brazil. They talk about Venezuela. They talk about putting people's lives before profits. All this other stuff they actually care about. All this stuff they actually care about in the International Committee. The thing is that the International Committee, the only problem with the International Committee is that everything that's posted there must be approved, except for statements, must be approved. Connections that they actually make, and even some statements and tweets, every tweet must be approved by the National Committee. So I'm surprised that they're actually getting this shit approved by the National.
Yeah, I mean it's not enough for me to...
Because if you've seen the national conventions in you've seen the 2019 National Convention.
Yeah.
Personal point of privilege. You've seen that shit.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And if those same people are the same people who are approving this type of stuff, then I actually am pleasantly surprised. And I unironically think that if you're an ML, don't waste your time with these small vanguard sects.
Yeah,
actually, the DSA may be worth engaging with.
So this is really cool, the international committee thing, but it's not enough for me to get over my. I don't listen. I'm not one of those MLs who's like, oh, I hate the DSA because they're not, pure enough.
Yeah,
But
the DSA has issues, but there are these things called caucuses that are trying to change the.
Yeah, but I just think the word democratic socialism is bad optics.
Yeah, of
it's
course.
hard
Well,
to
it's
get
kind of
over.
bad optics, which is why the People's Party thing may sound a little
That's
better.
what I would say. I could endorse the People's Party way before I could do DSA, because to me, People's Party is like
on name alone.
it's not. It's a lot more ambiguous. And another problem is that in America, the word socialism still doesn't make sense to the actual masses.
Yeah.
And
I actually,
People's Party is actually something that could make sense.
Well, yeah, and there's also, and I actually think that unironically, we should be working. And part of the other reason why I wanted to come on this show was to talk about strategy.
Yeah.
In burning question of today. I think that our strategy should be to work with independent political organizations, IPOs, independent political organizations that are in the big tent of the Democratic Party or are outside of the Democratic Party, whichever one. But like within the broad progressive movement, not progressive in like the woke school sense, but progressive in like the broad Bernie and like the populist sense. Like a populist movement, work within independent political organizations. Don't waste your time with these fucking self-proclaimed vanguards.
Oh yeah,
actually,
that's a given
get to
for
the
us.
Get to the fucking masses and actually talk about these independent political organizations. Unironically, the progressive Democrats of America are actually better than the DSA in some ways, despite being.
I don't doubt it.
I don't
doubt it. I don't doubt it. I mean,
so if you're the progressive Democrats of America doesn't even have dues. So if you want to participate with them, they're a good alternative to the DSA because they actually held some good positions.
But these people are trying to even get on to Jimmy Dore, and like I saw them try to like. I hear that like these RW people, they've been invited on to Justin Jackson's show, and Justin Jackson is like basically like a stone's throw away from getting on Jimmy Dore, So it's like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's such a fucking problem because the problem is leftists. The type of person who's attracted to leftism, unfortunately, they tend to be the wrong kinds of people.
Yeah,
it's like there is the COINTELPRO shit that's a real thing, but here's another thing. The thing that gets a lot of people into leftism, they take it too far. They become ultra leftist, and that's the source of a lot of wrecking behavior. Is ultra leftism, where like people just extend the original logic behind their leftism, and they turn it against parties that haven't even fucking become big to rebel against in the first place, but they do it anyway.
Yeah, I have a lot and I actually think that unironically, the organizations that are the ML organizations like Liberation Road or PCUSA or CPUSA or whatever are unironically better than like your average fucking Maoist or Trotskyist or whatever sect.
Yeah.
Because those organizations are considered rightists by those people, but they're they're one of the few Marxist-Leninist organizations actually getting shit done. I personally work with one called Liberation Road. You can search that up. Which they have a complicated history, but Liberation Road work is one that actually places the oppressed nationalities of this country, and they actually have a real analysis of the oppressed nationalities of the country, and they place them at the forefront of the movement, and that's one of their unique like theories. So they do a really good analysis on nations, and then the other thing about Liberation Road that I've liked is that they actually try to update mass line for the 21st century. So that's the other thing I like about them.
I mean, we also have to really take seriously the work of online politics.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking over I wanted to also check out the CPUSA's program and read it for the first time on stream.
And I also recommend you check out the Liberation Road's program just to compare it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm never a guy who gets bogged down in ideological weeds. I'm a guy who focuses on success, and you're not gonna find me critiquing people because they're like, oh, they're not focusing enough about. It's like it's about power. It's about winning power, the only reason I'm a Marxist is because I think Marxism is useful for people to build alternatives to the status quo. But it's not about principles to me.
Yeah, and the thing is that one of the strategies of the CPUSA that you may that you may or may not disagree with, because you did scroll over earlier, was defeating the extreme right. That's one of their main focuses.
My big shtick with the CPUSA is their World War II, their Popular Front, misunderstanding of the Popular Front.
Yes, and that's actually a problem I have with most. But still, I would rather have a Popular Front than no front at all.
But it's not. There's no Popular Front because it's just trailing the Democrats.
Yeah, because they are, and that's the problem. We don't. I think that the correct strategy is not tailing the Democrats, but working with people who identify as Democrats in independent political organizations. That's
I don't know. I don't know. I think a third party really means a third party, and it means drawing in a lot of Republican.
But I think that one thing I've been taught. There's a friend I know named Carl Davidson who was formerly the chair of the SDS. If you know their history.
Yeah.
And he told me his political history about how he went down like a rabbit hole. He ended up defending Pol Pot once. You can find that on the internet of him defending Pol Pot. But one day he realized that all these ultra leftist sects did nothing. Like they did absolutely nothing, and that he was bogged down in internal leftist politics, but that he wasn't reaching out to the masses. So what did he do? He left he stopped making ultra leftist organizations. He disbanded the ones that he was a part of. And then he worked within the CPUSA and eventually formed a splinter of it called Committees of Correspondence for Democracy and Socialism.
Yeah, I mean, I just focus on CPUSA because I'm a simplistic guy, you know.
Yeah, they're simplistic.
There's a meme about socialism in America and democratic socialism, and I say, why don't we bring back communism with a capital C?
Yes, of course.
And that's pretty much like the linchpin of everything. It's not. You know.
But the reason I bring that up is because I think that one of the main points is that we need to work within the broader progressive movement, and eventually one thing that he talks about is instead of building a third party, we need to build a first party, aka instead of
I agree, a new center, but here's my issue. It's a very practical issue. The problem is that progressives and leftists themselves, it's not in their class interest. They don't know how to be class traders. And the old revolutionary intelligentsia, let me tell you something about the old revolutionary intelligentsia, like in Russia. These were people who were transformed by literature. They would read revolutionary literature, fiction books, things like that, and it would transform their lives and they would become class traders. But nobody's a class trader anymore. Everybody always says, oh, I am the working class, I'm a Google engineer. And that's the type of people you're getting here, and it's not in their class interest. And I'm not convinced that you can win over people who are already calling themselves leftists en masse. I feel like the people who are going to be the raw material of fighters are going to be apolitical people, and they're going to be rightists. They're going to be former right-wingers, Trump supporters, and some of them might be part of the left. But the future of the left, I don't see it in the existing left.
I mean,
of course, and one of Caleb Maupin's slogans is "out of the movement into the masses," and I full-heartedly endorse and agree with that.
Yeah.
Yep. Totally.
Yeah, it's like the number one issue is it's just leftists themselves. It's like every time, and me and Evan have a history here, not a huge one, but like a minor history. Every time I'm among leftists in person, and I was dealing with them, I had to repress so much because I was cringing so fucking much. Just cringing so hard inside because I knew deep in my heart, dude, these people will never reach the masses. They'll never fucking reach the masses. They don't fucking know how to talk to people.
Yeah, like Trotskyists, anarchists, they're all the same thing to me.
They just don't know how to talk to people. Like, can these people, do they know how to talk to normal people? Do they know how to talk to Trump supporters? I don't think they can.
They can't even talk to a Bernie supporter, let alone.
Yeah, they don't know how to talk to people. I mean,
like, and Bernie supporters should be the easiest people to win over. I've won over many of them, but and Trump supporters I've even won over. But the thing is that you don't win them over by screaming at them about how Stalin did nothing wrong or how Trotsky.
No, I know that. Trust me.
They don't care about that shit.
Me and Evan were never like that, dude. We never got bogged down in ideological weeds. It was always focused.
That's why, despite my differences, I do appreciate your work, because you're one of the few MLs that's not dogmatic. And I'm not going to call out the ones who are. I'm not mentioning names.
Yeah.
But I think that there are lots of people in this community who are overly bogged down with dogmatism.
Yeah, it's like we have theoretical positions, but we don't confuse those with being practical ones, you know? So we were not the type to be like. But at the same time, the sword goes both ways. Like, does an organization need to praise Stalin? Probably not. But does it need to condemn Stalin? No, it doesn't. No. It should just focus on, you know, it should just focus on its concrete situation.
It's about knowing the past but not living in it. Too many people try and live in the past and try and substitute that knowledge for.
An organization, in my opinion, should be focused
on an organization. I am okay. You're roboting, like you're 8-bitting again.
Yeah, sorry. My mic does this. Just let me disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah. Like so many ML orgs, so many MLs today, they have the abstract, negative principles in their mind. They understand those, but they don't do the hard work of applying those abstract negations to concrete reality and coming up with like a positive concrete plan, because that would actually require more than just reading the Marxist canon. That would actually require understanding the concrete reality.
Well, listen, people,
and they don't do that.
Here's what MLs don't get, is that this whole Marxism thing isn't about creating some like religion or principles. Marxism is actually a guide to win state power. That's what it is. It's a guide to win.
It's a guide to action.
It's a guide to not only win state power, but when you win that power, to know what to do.
What to do?
Yeah.
You ever heard the phrase Marxism is a science or whatever? That's exactly what they mean by that.
That's what they mean.
Like Marx, or I don't know if it was Marx or Engels, but one of the two literally criticized people who would just substitute a concrete, detailed knowledge of history for just learning like historical material.
Like, for example, a Marxist doesn't say, Bernie, you need to become a Marxist and therefore change your principles. A Marxist would say, Bernie, you're clinging on to too much dogmatic principles and you need to read Marxism, because Marxism is what's going to teach you how to win.
Because the problem is that people become too bogged down in like the dogmatic principle of Marxism and they miss the point.
There are no axiomatic principles of Marxism. There's none. That's what people don't get. There are no axiomatic principles.
I think, and that's why a lot of Maoists have called Liberation Road and myself revisionist, because I try to apply mass line to the 21st century, and a lot of these people, I call them Gonzaloites. They're LARPers. They're Gonzaloite LARPers. Well,
here's the thing. Let me give you an example of racism and sexism. Marxists don't say we have some special principle that makes us anti-racist. Marxists say we reject the prejudice that is racism because it has nothing to stand on. And same with sexism. We reject the ways in which women are actively oppressed and kept down. It doesn't introduce some new principle. You reject the principles that exist that are racist and sexist, you know?
Yes. And
you become free from them. So you can, and once you become free from those, by the way, that doesn't mean you're establishing you're making anything positive. You're just being free from the prejudices, and then you have to do work. It opens up the ability to have interracial or international dialogue, and it opens up the ability for the relations between genders to start changing, and just being, it's just the way to open that up. It's not fucking like prescribing some axiom. It's not even saying the axiom of equality. It's not. People don't get this.
I just want to say one thing. We learn from many revolutionaries and idolize none. that should be our statement as Marxists.
Yeah, I mean, but anyway, you know, I just wanted to say that a lot of times people will be like, oh, you're way too... People accuse me of being both too leftist and too rightist, and that's how I know I'm in the center. Because, like, I don't critique DSA from the left, in a way. I critique them from the right. I say, like, dude, your aesthetics, too extreme. Your democratic socialism is a stupid word. You're just whitewashing. But on the other hand, I say we need capital C...
You'd be in the center, you know.
On the other hand, I say we need capital C communism. Now, why do I say that? I say because when you call yourself a democratic socialist, you're not owning up to what you're actually trying to say. Be a capital C communist and give new meaning to that word, you know?
Yeah, because Marxism-Leninism, I heard this one point a while ago that Marxism-Leninism is the true center.
Yeah, exactly. It is that. And that's exactly what it was in Russia too, and the Soviet Union as well. Stalin was the center. He was between Bukharin and Trotsky, two extremes.
Yeah, and Bukharin was the capitalist, Trotsky was the ultra-leftist.
Yeah, and Lenin was the same. Lenin was also a centrist. Lenin was in between the ultra-leftists and he was the rightist. And it reflects in all of his writings too, even philosophically in imperial criticism. He's against the anti-Kantian rightists and the super-Kantian. You know, same, two sides of the same coin. You know, so I think this is my problem. This is my critique of CPUSA, layman's critique. They just adopt the Democratic Party's talking points, rhetoric, ideology, and platform, but give it a communist theme. And there's a wisdom to why they do it. They do it because the Democratic Party's platform is tried and tested and real, and it's, you know, there's power backed behind it. So the CPUSA goes, instead of creating some bullshit from scratch like all these other sects do, let's look at actual reality and let's try to stay grounded in reality. But the CPUSA, I'm going to critique them from the right now. I'm going to say, CPUSA, you don't understand that the Democrats are too extreme, in a sense. They are too much airy-fairy. They're not grounded enough in reality. So by copying them, you're being too much an ultra-leftist.
Yeah. And most workers don't even like the Democrats.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. The dichotomy, oh, we have to be more extreme leftist. No, that's not my point. My point is we have to be grounded in reality means we cannot take for granted the status quo.
Are you familiar at all with, like, Mexico and how, like, and Almo and Obrador and how
we have a member. We have a member who's
yeah. If you're familiar with that, you would know that they won not by calling themselves socialists. Yeah, sure, they had former communists, former socialists, all that sort of stuff, but they never called themselves socialists or communists. But they still held on to, like, a basic left-wing populist principle. They basically framed themselves to be like the Mexican version of the movement.
Let me tell you something. People. Okay, we have a lot of so-called Maoists in the U.S., but they don't learn from fucking Mao his contribution to Marxism and the dialectic. Let me tell you why, though. Because this is what Mao teaches us with the division between primary and secondary contradictions. This is what Mao teaches us. The platform of political power is actually something separate from the site of proletarian class struggle. You know what I mean by that? Which means this. AMLO is a broad tent populist party, right?
Morena is what's called, but yeah.
Sorry, I'm stupid. Morena. Yeah, AMLO's the leader. Morena is a broad tent populist party. And centered around the figure AMLO. That is just your political platform. That's the left-wing political platform. The site of the proletarian class struggle is within there. So what's the analogy in Mao's case? In Mao's case, it's the war against Japan. Your platform is the anti-imperialist struggle. The specific proletarian struggle is within that. But that's not the same. You have to have an understanding that there's both a primary and a secondary contradiction. You're not just waging the proletarian class struggle from the void. You have to take the correct position. You have to side with the patriotic bourgeoisie, in a sense. You know what that means?
And that's what the smart.
the example of the Bolsheviks, right?
Yeah.
Winning massive popularity through their slogan of peace, land, and bread. Also another example.
And
of this. Like,
aligning, and Lenin's insight that we must align not with the big city liberal bourgeoisie and not with some pure proletariat, which is no such thing. We must align with the democratic petite bourgeoisie in the countryside. In other words, we have to create a platform within which class struggle can be allowed to be waged. In modern China, is there a class struggle? Yes, but this class struggle is waged in a subtle way between the cracks, not directly. Like, there's two fucking aspects of class struggle. There's the direct class struggle, which is actually never direct but always subtle, and then there's this secondary contradiction between establishments and people's parties, or anti-imperialist parties. Same thing. And that one is subjective and one is objective.
Yeah.
Where would the site of, like, what would be today's, peace, land, and bread site of struggle in the United States?
We ourselves are trying to figure that out, but here are some leads we're looking at. Because there's theoretical ways to think about this. Okay, the direct one is land is housing. Don't quote me, but these are leads. They're hunches and suspicions. We can think of land as housing, the housing crisis in America. So some type of housing reform, real estate reform for tenants and people, something like that. Because there is a real estate crisis and there's a housing crisis in America, especially for the younger generation. Then there's this thing of UBI. Now that's really complicated for me to explain why UBI is similar to land. But it is basic income. It's similar to what land is, because land is some kind of guarantee for having an economic ground, and UBI is the same thing, but it's more complicated. There's that. Then healthcare. There's healthcare. Then we end up realizing there's education. We end up realizing there's a ton of things. There's a ton of different things. So what now we have to realize is, how do we find the center that coheres all of this multifaceted aspects of land reform? Now let me tell you what the Iranian Revolution can teach us. The Shah of Iran attempted a direct land reform where he gave people land. And Khomeini, it seemed like he was reactionary. We said, no, we're not going to, we reject this, right? And the Iranian Revolution, there was no demand for land reform that was its basis. So what was going on? After the Iranian Revolution, I know there was a lot of bad shit that happened. They imprisoned leftists, they killed communists, but still, you have to pay attention to this. After the Iranian Revolution, elements within the Iranian government were starting to have a debate about land reform after they took power. Let's give people land. And then there wasn't a specific exact land reform, but afterwards the Iranian government started engaging in intensive and specific multifaceted ways of supporting the Iranian people, opening up opportunities, giving out business loans en masse. It's all this multifaceted ways in which the government in Iran was now closer connected to the people. And that was the land reform. The land reform wasn't a direct giving out land. It was, I'm going to sound ridiculous if I put it this way, but it was something that happened during the revolution that was at this kind of common, abstract, almost ideological common site, or spiritual, religious common site, that now interpolated all of the Iranian people on a newfound basis and opened up the ability for the government to cohere all of the multifaceted aspects that are the equivalent of a modern land reform. Because you think about it, there's not one thing that's land reform. It's a bunch of things. So the actual site of really like an actual land reform, it seems to me it's almost like ideological now, you know? It's like you need psychoanalysis or something. I kind of sound ridiculous now, but...
Yes. But...
Is it, what would that...
Because land reform is very psychological, because it's about trust. And it's not just psychological. It's not just psychological. What I mean is, like, it's about giving people the actual basis of the economic ground of the means of production and trusting them with that. And it's a basis of mutual trust. And that game of mutual trust is also happening in Iranian Revolution, because when everyone has access to the common source code of the whole state, which is the religion. But we're gonna get into like French philosophy bullshit at this point, talking about the symbolic order. But I just want to like illustrate how complex this simple question of like, what is our land reform today?
Well, it doesn't seem like anything could happen without like People's Party, and one of the biggest obstacles is like you talk with. Like I've also spoken with a lot of like Bernie Sanders supporters, and they're just so taken in with the whole lesser evil stuff.
Sorry, let me say one more thing. Here's something I learned. This is something we all learned from the Soviet collectivization. There's no such thing anymore as just blank check land reform, where you just give people land and that's all. Because having land also entails, in our kind of socialistic era, having a relation to the apparatus that's supporting the land, the tractor stations. Without the tractor stations, land is useless. And tractor stations is a way governments, states interface with the independent, quote-unquote, independent proprietors and support them. That's why today you can't have like a classical liberal land reform that's just going to give people property blank check. You have to give people something, but that something also has to be a guarantee of certain, Medicare and loans and education and fucking universal income. All these kinds of intensive.
You have to win these reforms in order to win people over.
Well, you have to tap into the heart of what unites all of those things. And right now, when it comes to left-wing politics in America, this is our problem. I'm going to tell you our problem, exact fucking problem right now in America. We have a lot of so-called struggles in the Democratic Party, right? Medicare for All is one, but they also include a bunch of cultural stuff, LGBT, racial stuff, and the Democrats say this is intersectional. It's all on the same level. That's the fucking problem in America, is that you need a Marxist analysis to show you that these are not on the same fucking level. One of them is cultural, and the other one is about this whole land reform thing. And when it comes to the land reform thing, Medicare for All, we need a new center that unites all of the central transformative land reform economic demands that actually coheres what UBI, housing reform, Medicare for All, what unites all of that together? What is the platform that unites all of that together? Because right now, the American left, what unites it all together is subjective morality, personal feelings, university education bullshit, source coded, and being a good person. It's just fucking stupid. We need a new center that can cohere. And to me, Big C communism, it's not the best one that we're going to have in America, but for me, that's a stand-in for that. Big C communism is our center, my fantastical imaginary one. It is capital C communism. It's the fucking thing that unites all these things together. That's what communism in America means.
And this is why I believe that what we should do is this. We should refound the left in a way that, like, the left is kind of dead in America. I consider the left to be dead in America. Not a thing.
It's fucking rotting, man. It's a rotting corpse.
It's a rotting corpse. But it's a zombie in a way, because it can be revived. But we need to revive it with new ideas, new theory, new all these sort of things. We need to revive the left, but not the left that got us here in the first place. But we need to make not a new left in like the fucking Herbert Marcuse 1960s left, but a modern left. Let's just call it that, a modern left.
Well, that's why our whole shtick, the reason we focus on China and Russia isn't because we're like those other MLs who substitute having a good domestic politics with dick riding off of others. We genuinely think we have to learn from China. Like, we have to fucking learn from them. Because, look, I just mentioned land reform. The land reform in China right now is Xi Jinping's housing reform, where he's giving people ownership over single-unit apartments.
Yeah.
And with his poverty alleviation program. We have to learn from China and also Russia. We have to learn from these countries to build an effective political alternative. Because as you can see by how I've been covering the news, anti-establishment politics in the United States is directly tied to these civilizations. and what the way that they overcome liberalism.
Yeah, there are actually other countries, not other countries. There are actually other countries and other socialist examples of countries that have basically overcome the question of nation and nationality and all that other stuff, and the national question. One of the ways that socialist countries have typically done that is through like a autonomous zone or SSRs or whatever. And I feel like that the socialists, so it's not just like the land reform or housing.
Yeah, it's other things too. It's also the national question in America.
And the national question is so fundamental to Lenin's idea of imperialism and Lenin's idea of how the world works. So I think that if we in a socialist America, I think that we need to give the Chicano people, we need to give the new African population, like the other population, the other oppressed populations, we need to give them say in their own communities. That's just
I'm 100% with you. 100% with you.
And the thing is that I think that there is one thing that a lot of people forget.
You cut out.
There's two extremes. Yeah, there's one thing that a lot of people forget, and it's that there's two extremes to this anti-IDPOL thing. There is the intersectionalist, which we've obviously talked about. But then there's like the fucking like anti-nation, and like you know how Vosh once debated this one black person about how he shouldn't have a nation or whatever, or how he shouldn't have autonomy because nationalism's bad.
Dude, you're talking to the guys who get accused of being Nazbols all the time.
Yeah, but it's the two fucking extremes. The extreme anti-IDPOL, like Vosh, and but he's also at the same time extreme intersectionality. And like he's both at the same time. And there are people who are one at the same time, but Vosh is an example of someone who's both at the same time.
Let me go on record for something. In America right now, the number one ideological enemy of Marxism is intersectionality. The number one ideological enemy of the American left is intersectional ideology.
I couldn't agree more.
I mean, the whole Marxism is literally useful. Materialist dialectic thinking is literally useful to allow us to overcome this garbage, intersectionality.
Like intersectionality, there's many problems with intersectionality besides the obvious shit. Like from a Hegel or a Marxist perspective, from a philosophical analysis, these things don't just they talk about how these things intersect or whatever.
It is the ideology of technocrats, PMCs, academics, and social parasites.
I've heard fucking Mike Bloomberg supporters talk about fucking intersectionality.
Yeah, it's people who want to do busy work, micromanaging every fucking aspect of our lives, and that's what they do for a living.
You read a stream earlier on the stream. I saw you read an article about intersectional imperialism or whatnot.
Yeah.
And intersectional imperialism is a term I love to use to these fucking oh yes, Queen, more drone strikes on Syria. I work with fucking Democrats and Republicans, but that doesn't mean I'm not critical of their fucking parties. Just make that one thing clear. I am fucking critical of both parties. That's why we want a people's party.
Yeah, dude. And it's so important that the People's Party is centrist in a way, centrist from below, in the strict sense that it's not just going to be to the left of the Democrats. It's also going to be a new center that people will clearly be able to identify as something different.
Reestablish a new point of reference.
Yeah.
But it's to the left in the sense that it's not neoliberal. So.
Oh yeah, objectively it will be to the left, 100%, but not the current
it's
term.
Rebuilding the center of politics.
Yeah, it's not going to be what's currently associated with the left, is what I'm trying to say. You know?
Yeah, the thing is that I just saw a comment saying slavery was woke. If these people existed back then, they'd be trying to find a way to make slavery woke.
They literally did, dude. In the South, they did. That's how they justified it. It was moral terms that basically it would be irresponsible. The slaves have nothing, and we take care of them. We're nice to them in our house, and they have even more rights than our own children.
These are symbolic. It's all symbolic. It's all symbolic gesturing, and it's not reaching to the actual demands of these people.
Dude, you would be
use it
surprised. Southern antebellum aristocratic culture, 100% the Democrats are returning to that.
The foundation of, yes.
Yeah, that's the foundation of the Democratic fucking Party's whole fucking...
Yeah, and I actually fucking, like,
Apologist,
unironically, one day,
philanthropist type of.
unironically, one day, and I'm probably gonna get in trouble for saying this later. But unironically, we should, as Marxists, we should be entering these independent political organizations, challenging the fucking leadership. Are you familiar with the Nick Fuentes Groyper thing, right?
The Groyper War?
The Groyper War, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we should do that on the fucking left. I'm unironically convinced of that.
I got no issue with it.
No, unironically, the whole reason why I came on here in the first place, on this whole server, was that I wish some big influencer would one day challenge the fucking DSA, the fucking Democratic Party, and we would actually try to fucking challenge we're not going to make them fucking comfortable in their positions of power. We will challenge their fucking positions of power.
Dude, I'm not gonna like disclose the history or whatever, but me and Evan, we got fucked over bad, dude. Fucked over bad by these snakes. You know?
Snakes everywhere.
They completely slandered us. One day I might tell this story on stream, because I want to speak my truth. Because I've been fucking silent about this forever. And
Hey,
it
I
was
got no
disgusting.
problem. I got
what
no
they did.
problem.
Yeah, it was fucking disgusting what they did to us.
Yeah, because I feel like that one day, this whole fucking stream, I feel like that one day, if I ever become prominent on the left, which I don't think I will, but if I ever become prominent, then the problem is, somebody's going to take this fucking clip, somebody's going to go back in time, find this they're going to use like a time machine or something,
Yeah.
take this fucking clip.
Let me say
saying
this
you
much.
should overthrow the fucking establishment,
Yeah.
and they'll fucking use this to discredit me until
Let me say this much. An organization completely blacklisted us, and I couldn't speak out for years because we were threatened with legal shit if I said anything.
Said any type of contact.
Anything.
It was the most eggshell. Oh
Anything.
my god. It was a
Anything.
nightmare.
Is it a small one or is it a big one? Just let
I don't even want to name the org because
Just tell me if it's small or big.
it's big.
Oh, I probably have an idea of who it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it was so fucked up what they did. It was literally the most fucking literally for a year, I was literally almost nihilistic disillusion. I was like, this is how leftists are. They're literally like this. They're this disgusting. And they did something that I didn't even know was possible. Like, I didn't even know leftists do this shit. And I was like, what the fuck? No, it's not the PSL. Don't worry. Don't guess, guys, okay? One day I'll tell you guys what happened.
It's for a guerrilla fire camp chat.
Yeah,
or
it'll be
whatever.
like a fire camp chat. I'll tell you the fucking drama. And it was literally the most fucking disgusting thing. And it made me give up on any real world contact with leftists to this day for the rest of my life.
And what the thing was that was so deceptive about it was that we actually thought that we were dealing with the left.
Yeah.
That was what was so eye-opening too. We actually thought we were dealing with the left and not just parasites, academic parasites.
We were actually like good faith.
You become delusion. Yeah, you become delusion by them.
I mean, how many people join the left and they just meet this fucking nasty, this disgusting, sick ugliness, and then they just fucking give up. They become nihilistic. They just treat it like a game. Like they treat it like just don't take anything seriously. And then, like, honestly, I think a lot of these sort of irony poisoning comes from that. It's just like a defense mechanism from just how shit the internet is.
Yeah. So I don't mean to laugh, sorry. But the thing is, I'm just nervous.
No,
But,
you're fine, you're fine.
Like, the thing is that, like, the whole problem with leftism right now is what you described, that, and the fact that you have what's called careerism. Careerism is very fucking prevalent within.
Can somebody say AOC? Can somebody say the fucking fraud squad?
Yeah.
Careerism.
No, careerism isn't just them. There are people who will enter like the fucking
Dude, let
DSA.
me just say this.
No, there are people who will enter the
Yeah.
DSA not because they fucking agree with the DSA, but because it's another fucking like name on their resume,
Dude,
so they can one day get a career
if
in
you
the
storm into a party with new ideas and you actually challenge people and shit, like how you're saying, they will literally smear you and pull something out of their fucking ass, completely made up, completely baseless, and they'll literally just put it out there with no shame. And they won't even think anything of it. They'll just make something up about you and they'll believe it. They'll fucking believe it. Just because superficially you fit the bill.
And
they will literally do that. Leftists, dude, look at BreadTube. Look at fucking BreadTube, how they lie and make shit up about us already. That's how fucking leftists are. They literally are fucking liars. They are fucking liars in their soul, in their heart. They're fucking liars, and they have no shame making shit up and smearing you and putting that on your fucking face, and they have no shame about it whatsoever.
Look.
When I was going up against these RW people on first the MPP Slack and then on Twitter, they're just making up the most fucking insane shit about me.
Dude, they literally, it's like sometimes people can exaggerate. Listen. People can exaggerate and people can twist things, but leftists alone literally lie. They make shit up from nothing.
Like these people,
from nothing.
These people share they shared a Discord screenshot, but like if you look at the screenshot, it's clear that the person I was talking to deleted all their fucking comments. So that it's just basically like just me typing one line after another, and they're taking one part of this and they're trying to smear me with it.
Yeah.
And I think that there is one more time, yeah. I think that honestly I'm just gonna say this. We had drama for a while, but I'm willing to. I think that.
Dude, who cares? It's water under the bridge. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. I will say one thing. I think that after hearing you say all this, I actually have learned. I actually think of you more as a human being and less of a content creator. And I think that, and you mentioned on an earlier stream that like showing like the beauty in this world will get crushed by the ugly. In a way, you're right, but in a way, there are other beautiful things in this world that exist.
Yeah, I know. It's just they're fragile, you know?
Yeah.
It's just fragile.
And the thing is that one day I've been people who know me, they know me. And the people who know me on Finbol's Commune and elsewhere accuse me of, you keep on switching organizations. You keep on changing your ideology. Because I don't know where to fucking go.
Dude,
I don't know where to fucking go.
Anybody who's just 100% set and complete. Dude, we haven't accomplished anything. You know, look at the state of the left in America.
I don't know where the fuck to go on the left.
Yeah.
Well, for these people, for the people that already have chosen and like pledged fealty to an org, I
Where's
think
the
that
receipts?
they legitimately believe that they are like currently working for the vanguard org that will carry out the revolution.
Dude, but then they'll become disillusioned and they'll be like, Marxism was all dumb shit. That's how it happens. Like they eventually realize it's absurd. I could have realized it yesterday. You know, it took me an hour to realize it was stupid. It takes them a whole lifetime.
The left is in total ideological shambles. It's like there's just utter confusion in the left.
Well, dude, we identified BreadTube as like one of the main things that are like the barrier to entry to socialism is just being fucking.
They make the barrier to entry higher and higher, you know.
Yeah.
But see, like this is one of the like. I don't know, like, you know, when Caleb says out of the movement to the masses, if he's including BreadTube in the movement, we have to go through BreadTube. We have to smash right through them in order to get to the masses, because right now BreadTube is like the only the only connection that the people have with the left is basically through BreadTube.
The problem is the BreadTube pretends to safeguard like the true essence of Marxism, and then I even see a lot of MLs who I just feel like are like, yeah, we agree with BreadTube, but we're gonna slap on some more additives like anti-imperialism to the mix. And it's like this is a fundamental misunderstanding of Marxism that BreadTube is peddling.
I would actually say this: the one thing about Marxism that makes me still a Marxist is that the idea that the only constant is change. That something will change eventually. We just don't know when.
Yeah.
Like right now, it's clear that BreadTube has adapted their strategy dealing with us. Like they understand that essentially our growth was basically through, these big one-on-one debates that you have had with these giants on BreadTube, and essentially they've just blacklisted us. Like at this point, it's like I think that we have to think of this conflict not just in terms of BreadTube versus Infrared or BreadTube versus Tankies, like on the level of individual content creators, like you going up against Vosh. It's basically our community going up against their community.
Yeah, it's what's happening, and you know what? That's why
our
they
stomps the fuck out of theirs.
That's why
right now,
despite that we're blacklisted, we're still in their heads because of our community, and we're still in our heads also on like a personal existential of like I threw Vosh, I feel like I threw him into like a type of existential crisis, and I'm in his head and I represent that.
It's funny but scary at the same time.
Dude, it is. I'm waiting to see like Vosh, what is the worst you could do? Because I've incurred the worst of your wrath, and I want to see what you got. Like, give me your worst.
Because my fear is that one day somebody is going to use this fucking conversation and try to discredit me in the future.
Dude,
That's just my
fear. Don't fucking worry about it, dude. You didn't say anything wrong.
Yeah, I'm just saying basic fucking Marxist things.
Yeah.
If I were BreadTube, I think the worst that they could do is basically just ignore us.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna, I think they're gonna just try to starve us out.
The beginning of the Communist Manifesto, a specter of Europe, a specter is haunting Europe.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I would like to reframe that to a specter is haunting YouTube. The specter of infrared.
Specter is haunting BreadTube.
A specter is haunting BreadTube.
Yeah, in the sense that and then in the next line of the Communist Manifesto, it says they accuse each other of being communists or whatever. And just like now, how in YouTube they accuse each other of being tankies.
Yeah.
Because and how tankies are the new power in YouTube.
Dude, notice
Vosh is even the new unspoken power.
Vosh is endless. Dude, listen. These BreadTube people keep laughing at tankies, but actually evaluate the past few weeks. There's no more hot topics for them to have. It's literally just this civil war where now they're going to have to fight tankies because they got their Biden elected, and just bitching about Biden all day, it's not getting them anywhere. Show receipts. So Jimmy Dore and tankies, that's going to be the primetime subject of BreadTube, and they literally can't control it.
It's the only way they'll make money. It's the only way they'll get views, and they uphold the system just as much as the DNC does.
Yeah. Tankies cannot be ignored. Like, we are the only thing, we're the only subject they can talk about now,
Go back. And actually one thing I gotta tell you about is communists in the 1920s worked within the Italian fascist trade unions and even within the party itself. Communists worked within the fascist trade unions. Yeah. Therefore, I think that we should be working within even reactionary trade unions, as Lenin himself would say.
Yeah, of course.
We should be working with and God forbid, we should be working with the more progressive elements of the Democrats. We should be working with the more progressive.
Sometimes we thought about, can the Republican Party be transformed?
No, I don't think it can be because it's too infested with neoconservatism.
No, I know, I agree, but we at least
I don't
entertain.
think the Republican Party rat fucks like the Democrats do.
We entertained the idea of it, We thought about because here's why. Let me tell you why. Because the Republicans were founded by Lincoln, and so we know that whole history. And then also the Republicans, it was because the Democrats, our theory was like Democrats going back to the reactionary Southern Democrat Party. It's because they're getting all these white suburban voters rich suburban voters. They're becoming that kind of party again. And then we also said maybe the Republican Party can also change because that was the party of Lincoln, and Trump completely realigned the politics. So maybe there's an opportunity, but we decided it wasn't possible, but we at least entertained it, you know?
Yeah. And I think that one thing that can be done, I actually think that like the silent majority of Democrats, and I'm going to use a silent majority in this context. I think that Bernie voters who are not overly intersectionalist are the silent majority.
Let me tell you who those are. They're the 2016 Bernie voters.
Yeah, exactly. 2016 Bernie voters are the actual silent majority.
Yeah. You're right. A lot of them went to Trump. A lot of them didn't vote at all. A lot of them went third party. But they're the people.
But if we are able to reunite them, that will be a huge feat. For the left.
Dude, I'm 100% with you on that. 100%.
Yeah, and most of these who are still active, most of the ones that you'll find in real life, are usually active in like activism, but not like the type of activism that lefties are involved with. They're usually involved with like housing issues or union activism or that type of shit. The shit that actually gets stuff done. The activism that actually is the one passing reforms that help their lives. Those are the activists who we must reach out to.
Well, that's why we need to have there needs to be an overarching organization that can pull all these local struggles together and unite them on a national level. Because just going locally, there's a lot of these local struggles, but how many of them actually succeed and get anywhere when the foe that they're dealing with is national and global?
Yes, and the thing is that a lot of the Jimmy Dore people, and I've talked to Jimmy Dore fans a lot, and I look at the comment section every time because I watch his videos all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in this community. I'm like a integral part, not integral, but I'm like a part of their community. I've integrated myself into Jimmy Dore fans. Jimmy Dore fans are working class in not only in their actual status, because a lot of them are like Southerners, Midwesterners, but also because a lot of Jimmy Dore fans come from working class areas, and also they're working class in their attitude.
Yeah.
They think that the system as a whole is corrupt, and therefore we need to form a new party, but that the Green Party and that the currently existing third parties, like the Libertarians or whatever, are controlled opposition, but that we need to do something new. We need to rebuild we need to do what AMLO did in Mexico, as the People Party themselves would say, and rebuild the whole political establishment from scratch.
Yeah.
Jimmy Dore himself, he's not militant enough. He's on the right track, but when he did Force the Vote, he actually thought Force the Vote would work.
But he's a comedian, It's not his job to be, and plus it was all optics, dude. The
people like outsiders. People like outsiders. That's why Trump got elected.
Yeah, I mean he's not naive. If that's he's not naive. It's just he portrayed
he's
himself to be good faith about the Force the Vote to set an example. The point was you should have no problem doing this if you are real progressives. And by the way, he's right, because Force the Vote may not have worked, but if AOC and the squad did rebel against Pelosi, they would have just created a new fault line around which progressives could rally and actually allow progressives to be distinct from establishment Democrats again.
Exactly. It would have basically burned any bridges between the progressives in Congress and the Pelosi center.
Yeah, and it would have been a new thing to rally around,
It would have been so good for the movement. It would have inspired so much energy and activism. AOC has the gall to come out and tell people to go fucking organize and volunteer and work another fucking shift after their full-time job getting exploited. But then, if you really want to get people fired up, actually go against the fucking Democratic establishment.
Yeah.
Pete, listen. Go against the Democratic establishment, but do not disregard the fucking Democratic voters. And I don't mean the fucking intersectional imperialists.
But you gotta. I just want to know
the average Republican voter who talks, who's barely at meetings, but who never goes to Democratic meetings, but still votes for them anyway. Those are people you need to reach out
to. Those people are probably important, but I think they're a minority of the Democratic Party's base. Because if you look at the elections, the people who got Biden to power were rich white suburbanites. and
Yeah.
then professional managerials, and then it's like, so
Yeah,
we gotta have a Marxist.
PMC.
We have to have a
It's a PMC
Marxist.
party.
We have to have a Marxist class intensive analysis
Yeah.
on who the Democratic voters are.
The crisis of
But there's
Marxism. Sorry.
There's also, I think, like large sections of the black community, including the working class, vote Democrats. So like,
Well,
that's
the
working
black
class.
community then. That's the national question.
That's a whole national
Yeah,
question.
yeah,
that
exactly.
needs to be dealt with at a separate time.
Mhm.
But like not a separate time. It needs to be dealt with now.
Separately,
but
yeah,
I'm saying,
yeah.
But it needs to be dealt with by those people themselves.
Well,
Like-
it's a different puzzle.
like-
That whole thing is a different puzzle.
Yeah, like the thing is that like freedom, and this goes back into my original point, which was freedom can only be obtained by the oppressed themselves. No one can oppress anyone but the oppressors, and no one can free anyone but the oppressed.
Right now, the oppressed, the exploited, lack any political power. They don't have a political organ to express their will.
But that's our job as Marxists, is to build the
Yes.
political power for our class.
And that's why like a populist party is so badly needed, because like it's not enough to simply launch a Twitter campaign against AOC and the progressives in Congress, because like they get so much hate all the time anyways from the right. They it's so easy for them to just ignore it. Like what Jimmy Dore is pushing now, which is what's it called? He's threatening to tell people. Well, he's telling people not to donate to any Democrat, including the progressives. That's a start, but I think even that is not enough. I think you have to basically be ready to go to fucking war and go, if you AOC, you progressives, the squad, if you don't actually stick to what you ran on and run against the fucking party establishment, then we will ensure that you lose your fucking re-election, even at the cost of electing a corpus Democrat or even a fucking Republican.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things are optics. That's the nature. That's another thing leftists.
To be fair, that is bad optics, and I think that what would be better is to try and unseat like moderates or unseat moderates.
I don't know.
Either party.
Leftists don't understand. Leftists have a lot of metaphysical confusions, and they don't understand like how this new media environment works and how politics works in this new media environment.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of naive ideas, and I just think it's not always directly about the thing itself.
Yeah, and I think that there is actually an interesting article I read about how the U.S. is in reality a six-party system, in the sense that there are three factions within the two parties. And
three.
Yeah, the basically it's a graph that shows like all like the different. There's a big graph I'm gonna find.
Who's the third in the Republicans? There's the neocons and paleocons, and then who else?
No, and religious nationalists. That's the third part.
Religious ones.
Yeah, like religious nationalists. You will be surprised. They play a huge role. In fact, when Bernie was first running his first campaign, he would actually go to evangelical colleges to speak about socialism.
Wow.
Interesting.
The religious. And then what about the Democrats? There's the Bernie, and then there's the Pelosi. Who else?
Okay, there's the moderates and the blue dog.
The moderate and the what?
Yes.
The moderates and the blue dogs.
Who are the
blue dogs? Are basically conservative Democrats.
Oh yeah.
They're like the swing voters, like those.
You're right. That is a
the
division.
swing
You're
voters,
right. Yeah, they aren't
like
simply
swing
the
voters,
same.
Like the swing voters. Okay, the swing voters tend to vote in favor. The swing voters tend to vote in favor of. Sorry, the swing voters tend to vote in favor of. Actually, I found the article. Let me send it right now. In Come On Show requests. Okay, the swing voters tend to vote in favor of either conservative Democrats or conservative Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like blue dog Democrat, right?
I just sent you the graph, which basically shows like the right wing, there are three factions within the Republicans, the GOP tent, which are the establishment neoliberals, which are like Ryan Romney, the Bush family, the global, what they like to call the globalists, the Christian nationalists, such as like Glenn Beck, Mike Pence, and then the right wing populists, such as Bannon, Trump, those people. And then within the left, or the Democratic tent, there's the blue dog bipartisans, like fucking, who's that one guy from West Virginia? Just tell me who that one guy from West Virginia is. Oh yeah, and check the Come On Show request to actually show like the people this graph. But like, oh yeah, Manchin from West Virginia. He is the blue dog bipartisan. He is a military Keynesian or the big money people or what, like in some unions, surprisingly, there are some unions that surprisingly support the blue dogs.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah. Then there's the third way neoliberals. Then the neo-Keynesians, like Clinton, Nancy Pelosi. These are the
Clintonites.
These are the enemy. These are people like Howard Dean, Onward Together, the New Democrats, the big money, the AFL-CIO leadership, not the membership, the leadership, the some wings of the NAACP, like these people. And although the NAACP can be radical in some cases, there are some parts of it that are also. But the leadership's very neoliberal. Because I turned on my fucking Xbox once, and I saw NAACP was offering you.
Dude, I've been ignoring this third. I've been ignoring the. I always thought it was only two, but you actually opened my eyes that there is three. There is fucking three. There's these blue dogs, and there's these Christian nationalists that I've been forgetting about.
Yeah. The fucking Christian nationalists, like the Christian nationalists play a huge fucking role in our politics so much to where the focus on family, the Christians, the Koch brothers, all these people, you know what they all do? They are all huge. They are huge in terms of like how they operate. Like these churches, just if you live on the West Coast, you think that we're secular. But go anywhere outside of the coast, and you'll learn that religion still plays a huge influence over family, over society, over many things. We still live in a religious society. Many Americans are still Christian. Therefore, religious nationalism will always play a huge influence.
You go out of the city, go into the suburbs, and like here in the Deep South, you can't drive down you can't turn down a street without running into another church. There's so many churches down here.
Yep. And the one thing about the blue dogs, not the blue dogs, the Christian nationalists, is that these mega churches will always play a huge influence in our politics. As long as we have religion, organized religion, these mega churches will always play a huge part. And therefore, I think by disregarding Christian nationalists, I think instead of trying to win over the right-wing populists, which will never work, nor the establishment neoliberals, I think religious people in America are the most honest of the GOP 10. They're the most honest, and they're like the largest majority by a large sum. By a huge amount, there's no competition.
They shouldn't even be a separate political bloc. It's a test to the incompetence of the left. Yeah, there's a whole separate thing just defined by religion.
Yeah. And then, hold on. So
you still there? I'm okay.
Sorry, I'm just talking to someone. Oh yeah, I'm back.
We actually have to end the stream soon.
The thing is,
I don't mean to cut it short, but we do have to end the stream soon.
Okay, just one more thing. Mm-hmm. And then the tent that exists in the Democratic Party that I forgot to mention, but you already know, is the Social Democrats, the left wing of all these things. These are the Social Democrats, in my opinion. The Social Democrats and the Christian Nationalists are the two people from each tent that we need to look at. The Blue Dogs, the right wing populists, are too extreme. The third way neoliberals.
Who are their class base? Who's the class base of the Blue Dogs? It's a lot of unions, like you mentioned, right?
No, some unions. They're mainly trade unions, but like some building trades. But
who's their main class base? We have to be Marxists, we have to analyze the class.
I would say that the main, like, if you want a real working class base, the religious nationalists are where you should go.
But what about the Blue Dogs? Who are their class base?
I had the opportunity to talk to a blue, and this is relevant. Yeah. I had the opportunity to talk to a Blue Dog like yesterday, and I asked him, "Why are you a Blue Dog?" He says these establishment liberals. And he doesn't even say socialists, he just says liberals. Mm-hmm. These establishment limousine liberals are not in touch with us. So a lot of Blue Dogs in some states are working class.
That's what I think too. I think that too.
But the people who we should definitely oppose are the third way neoliberals, the neo-Keynesians,
I agree with
and
that,
the establishment
100%.
neoliberals in both parties.
Yeah,
both parties.
But also another issue is that the Social Democrats, their class base is the PMC.
Some yes, some no. Like the Social Democrats are such a huge tent that like in itself that like the DSA obviously are PMC.
Yeah.
But then you go to like Movement for People's Party, which has a lot of working people from my experience. The unions, a lot of nurses. For example, the nurses union are Social Democrats, and they're working class by all means.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like there's a big divide within the MPP itself over like there are working class people on the one hand, and then there are the MPP, there are the PMC people on the other, and they basically when on any like it doesn't matter really on what issue there really is a class divide. Basically, the PMCs in the movement take one side, and the working class take the other.
Yeah, I mean, it's always important to focus on that peasantry. You know, that national peasantry. Stalin always focused on the middle peasant, so you got to focus on the middle peasantry.
Yes, and I think that one day we need to reach out to the religious part of America that doesn't participate in politics often, but it still believes in the religion. And I think that if we, as socialists, we should frame our rhetoric not as like this, not in like the petty bourgeois middle sense class, because we have too many of those.
But the peasant middle class.
Like the peasant middle class, as in like the lower, like the people who are religious, who are the majority of America,
downwardly mobile middle class falling into the working class.
Well, there's not a strict distinction between working class and middle class. Middle class means different things, you know. Middle class oftentimes meant the unionized worker, factory worker. So it means different things. It just means different things. But I hate to cut it short, but we do have to wrap up the stream. But thank you guys for coming on. It was really insightful, really interesting. We're going to have more streams like this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hell yeah.
We're going to talk more about strategy. We're going to analyze what's going on in these different parties, and we're going to get this ball rolling, you know?
Hell yeah.
For sure. All right, see you guys.
See you.
I'm okay. Thanks for being on.
See you. All right. You want to stay for another 8 minutes, so it's a total 4 hours, or you want to?
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's do the 4 hours. All right.
Yeah, might as well.
I mean, not another 4 hours. Another 6 minutes. Shit. Another 4 hours. Imagine that.
Dude, people be on here for like 36 hours. Is that a real thing? These 36-hour streams?
I'm gonna do one day. This summer, I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream.
My God.
Or a 36-hour one. I'll start during like 4 p.m. and I'll stream all day. 36
Jesus
hours.
Christ.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Marathon.
I'm gonna fucking do it. But you know, did you see the fucking Justice League?
No, I didn't. When I looked at it and I saw that it was the same, I didn't even see the first Justice League. But when I saw it was just the same movie by a different guy,
dude, it changed. It was different, dude. They changed.
I hear that. Yes,
it's a different movie. It's a totally different movie.
So you like it though?
I liked it. It wasn't a quality, like not from a film critic perspective. And I gave my criticisms, and it was too slow burn a little bit. But at the end of the day, I liked it. I thought it was enjoyable. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Man, I always take your recommendations with movies. So maybe
It's not great. It's like a 6 out of 10, you know?
In 4 hours? I mean, my God. Dude, it's like...
All right, just watch it. And if you get bored, you can exit out. But if you're interested, keep watching. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I'll check it out.
Well, we all need to get HBO Max because King Kong vs. Godzilla is in 3 days. Thursday it comes out.
What's the possibility? Is there a probably not. That'll definitely get shut down.
No,
right?
we can't stream it. I thought about it.
Jesus Christ. Happen. Can we like side stream it? Like not actually stream it, but still stream it?
Yeah, we can. As long as we don't show any audio or video, I could like watch it on stream and react to it in real time, and we could do that. But it's not going to be practical to coordinate that with everyone.
Yeah, no, there will be too many stops, too many interjections.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about that the other day. That would be cool to have similar to like the gaming, but do something like that with movies or shows or something.
We're
But they
gonna
got all
have
these
a post
copyright.
movie react stream where we all react. You know
Maybe
what?
that's a good idea.
We in the internal collective, we did this before. We can fucking stream it internally and watch it.
Yeah, we did that with fucking
What movie did we
Love.
watch? What was it?
We did it with Lovecraft.
Lovecraft Country. We did that last. This was before we even streamed anything. Yeah, we can do that again.
That would be cool. That would be cool. I'm
Yeah.
game for it. But we gotta figure something out, yo. That would be fun. See, the fucking copyright shit just stymies any type of creativity and any type of cool shit. You got all these fucking barriers that come out.
Yeah.
But we'll make it work either way.
Fuck copyright, dude. Fuck copyright.
They always say, they're like, oh, this is to ensure creative integrity. This is... No, I've never been so fucking frustrated and unable to create as I'm trying to work with copyright shit.
Dude, you have no idea when I'm trying to choose a song for stream. I'm always fucking worried. Like, dude, fuck this I can't play music?
Exactly.
It's
what?
fucking
It's like,
stupid.
no.
I can't even
Always-
play the song. I'm not fucking... I'm not releasing the song anew. I'm not, putting out a CD. I'm just fucking listening to it it's just on stream. I don't understand what the problem is. But yo, Twitch is banning people left and right for a lot of dumb fucking shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, dude. Twitch.
It's established. This is a dem platform, Twitch.
We're not getting partnered on this platform.
We do, man. We really do need something. There's got to be... People will be in the chat. I've seen it before. They'll say something like, infrared is the platform. It's really got to be like that. Something new.
Well, Internet 2.0 is around the corner, and it's going to change everything,
Yeah.
But, I was thinking, Twitch is so... Oh, wait. Let's think about someone to raid. I just realized, as soon as our viewers dropped, like 20 people, I'm like, you know what? Let's raid someone. We got 3 minutes to decide who we're going to raid. Should I raid BX Bullet? No, it's harassment.
Who's on?
I don't fucking know. I'm looking right now. BX Bullet's on. That's why I just saw that. For some reason, they're recommended. This is a recommended channel. Who's Wet Shrimp?
Yeah, I see that one too. Any suggestions in the chat? Who got suggestions?
Hey, it's the Bernie girl. You probably don't know about this shit. It's the one who went what's the song? Boomer. Okay, Boomer. You know that?
She made a song.
Nah, you don't know about it. It blew up on Twitter. She streams now.
Hold on. Okay, Boomer, 25.
Don't look it up. Don't look that shit up. Don't look it up.
Heckler during climate speak. Hey, no, I'm not gonna look at it. If I'm too late, I'm too late. I gotta accept that.
The impulsive side of me, like the chaotic part of me, just wants to raid Bullet. But
Yo, we're running out of time though, so that one's got to be. I think it's got to happen now.
Hold on. It's got to happen now.
I mean, it's we're pushing it. We were gonna drop at 4. We got 30 seconds.
Okay. There's so much Coomer streams. I'm trying to just filter them. A lot of streams for losers. I'm looking. All right. Raid. Raid. Come on, anything interesting, please. Just show me something interesting. Show me something interesting. Anything. Anything interesting. What's the Kaio show?
I'm looking too.
There's Moist Critical. The Schiller Institute? Are they on Twitch? They're not on Twitch right now. It's time to raid Destiny.
Now we gotta go back home, I think. Your dreams ever like analogies, like people will represent positions in debate? I don't know. I don't know if I believe in that. Well, I mean, there must be some connection to your dream.